Hey, welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. We're here in the Aragon Ballroom here in sunny. Well, it's not really sunny today, but it's kind of rainy Santa Monica, California today. Here on Pier, Palisade, we got people pulling up here. I think these are construction people probably coming up wanting to see if, let me just set my camera. I think, hold on a second. Let's see what people want to do here. A second. Oh, they went on, man. I thought they were going to be, there's people ringing doorbells, all kinds of stuff. Someone was pulling up. I thought they were going to be wanting to look at the house or the car or something. And we still have yet to call the insurance about the damage we got Friday night from hail or tornadoes danced around this area. But we got baseball-sized hail and my messed up. And let's see. There was someone on the door a minute ago. Did they leave a card or anything? No, it doesn't look like it. There's supposed to be some bad weather later today, but we'll see. I'm working on the house and listening to Christmas music. Okay. What do you think, Drew? So, if anyone wants to come on and hang out, there's the link in the chat. And it's like Gotham City Comics is looking around. Okay, what is it I got to do here? I'm moving some books. There's some things that are on top of the pinball machine I need to move. These are some birthday gifts. Maybe we could look at some of these. This is Super Weird Heroes. They're weird, and they're heroes. This comes from, Yo Books. And it's nothing but the most amazing. And, you can't even see what I'm showing you. Let me move the camera down. Yeah, I highly recommend this book. This was a birthday gift that I got for my birthday last Saturday. I need to put it on the shelf over here. Let's see if there's any room for that. Yeah, there's been some bad weather all over the United States over the last few days. Okay, yeah, I see places this could go. Let me see here. Maybe if I move these books off this shelf. I probably could slide this book in here. Yeah, that looks good there. And slide these books here. Yeah, that worked. So we've got 6 viewers. Yeah, yesterday I was gonna work on the house, and I never really did if you watched yesterday's live stream. But today I'm gonna get things done. That was one thing. Now here's the thing two. I'm gonna get this sugar and spike book, another birthday gift, put with the other DC Archive edition books. So this reprints issues 1 through 10 of this great series. So Thursday night, we're going to have a great meeting of the minds, our weekly Dum Dum celebration. Of course, the Dum Dum celebrations were when the Great Apes and the Tarzan novels would meet to celebrate the defeat of a rival tribe or taking down whatever animal that they were going to feast on, whatever. We'll have a Dum Dum celebration, man. That's what we're going to do. We're going to beat on the drums and talk about life and maybe show pop culture items or maybe just chew the fat. Just be friends hanging out. You're welcome to come along on Thursday night. I usually start about 6:37 Central. This is just the third time we've done it. But it's kind of a group of friends, but you're welcome to join our group of friends. We've met some cool new people recently. We've met Brian, we've met Dr. Fibes, yeah, some other people too. Okay, so, oh my goodness. Okay, so, there's not much light here, man. That's a problem. I need to put a light here. Okay, is there room down here? How snug are these books? Sugar and Spike would go after Plastic Man and before Starman. I don't know if there's enough room here, though. Oh, I see what we could do. Possibly. Let's move these two World's Finest books up here. And then we'll get Sugar and Spike in there. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Incredible. All right. What's going on over here? Uh-oh. My Wi-Fi connection went out. What is this nonsense? Something went wrong, it says. Can you believe that something went wrong, Drew? Drew hates it when something goes wrong with the Wi-Fi. Okay. Where? Okay. Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm recording Christmas music. Okay. Well, the Wi-Fi went out, and then right in the middle, probably of a musical piece. So, what I'll do is I'll mask that problem by putting in some radio commercials. Let's type in vintage radio commercials, and I'll put a few in, and then I'll go back and restart the song that was interrupted, and hopefully it'll just look like an annoying commercial break when this is played at some point in the future. Okay. Vintage. Oops, I made a mistake. This has been a heck of a weekend, man. Heck of a weekend. Vintage radio. Seems like it would remember. I searched for this before. Commercial. Oh shit. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Vintage radio commercials. Vintage radio commercials, 1960s, 1970s. I see what we'll do. We'll put this commercial for Star Trek on.
At the edge of the universe, 400 men and women are probing the immeasurable blackness of space.
Okay.
At the edge of the universe, 400 men and women are probing the immeasurable blackness of space. Their leaders are an Earthman with no fear and a stranger with no heart. Travel beyond our time and solar system into new galaxies, into worlds beyond your dreams. Star Trek every week in color on the NBC television.
Okay. There's another book I need to get put up on the bookshelf. What's going on? People in the chat. I am one of us says hi. And that's either a blood splotch or hand waving. Gotham City Comics says hello. Hey, how are you? Yeah, last time we met, there was an alarm going off. The siren went off in the neighborhood. And so I ended the live stream yesterday, and that what happened. I went down to the basement with my wife, and everything was okay. It was just a bad thunderstorm, no tornadoes or anything. And then yeah. So I completed the order that I was putting together with Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. And so I guess those books will be coming to me. And maybe by this time next week, I'll be able to do an unveiling of that. This is a cool book. This book is nothing to read. It's just all covers, amazing covers. And really, this would be ideal. The thing to do on this book is to buy a second copy. And, well, really, you'd have to buy 3 copies. One to keep intact, one to cut open and have all these covers, and then frame them. And then you'd have to get another 3rd copy to have the covers on the other side. And then you could display them on your wall and make it look like you're one of these high roller comic dealers, comic collectors, that you've got all these original books. But really, this is quite a remarkable looking at all these covers. So let's get this put up. What is people talking about here, man? What is you talking about? B-side says hello, happy Sunday, Meyer. Kevin, I'll call you at the end of next week, and maybe we can put together an action figure order. Cool. Besides that monster on campus poster, burn it. I guess he's saying, or maybe he's saying it's hot. I don't know. Oh man, look at this cover. Look at that. You see that? That's fantastic. Okay.
Now at Penny's authentic Batman toys and games, new and exciting. Wow.
Okay. Where's there a loose spot to put? Is there still space down here? That's pretty tight. Oh, I could put one over here. I'll put it here. Oh, this commercial's from Dallas. Big Town Mall is one of the old malls in Dallas. All right. Charlton, hey, my friend, greetings to all visiting. Yes, happy Sunday, everyone, says Missing Mars. And Gotham City says, sounds good, Meyer. John Goris, Monster in Campus would make a good double bill with Werewolf in a Girl's Dormitory. Yeah. This is what he's talking about here. Oh, I need to straighten my tripod. That's why everything's getting crooked.
And all new models of distinctive luxury. Caprice.
All at your Chevrolet dealers now.
Okay, I've got to do some editing here. Well, where was I on that, man? That's ridiculous. Okay. Ugh. Missing Mars says, Kevin, you get my horror mic money? That means he sent money for this amazing book that Horror Mike just put out that really, I'd give you the highest recommendation for it. He looks like he's pulled scans from Heritage from the Heritage auctions whenever pre-code horror covers or artwork has become available for auction to people much wealthier than us. Heritage will put up high quality scans of that artwork, and it looks like he's been saving it and has put together a limited edition book. I think he only printed 100 of them with all the original artwork from these tremendous pre-code horror comics that you never would have even thought that stuff still survives. So there's a whole book of it. So I recommend you get that book. I just bought one yesterday. It'll be coming. So Missing Mars also sent him some money for it. So what is going on here? Eric Breen said, good afternoon. I was just watching Eric Breen on the Howler Mouse channel talking about the movies of 1982. And that was a really good year for movies. And then Gotham City, Missing Mars. I will get your horror book out Monday. Meyer says Monster in Campus is a really fun movie. Big prehistoric fish turns a guy into a caveman. Yeah. S.C. Mars says, thanks, Kevin. It's Drew the Dog Show, says Missing Mars. Gotham City says, no problem, MM. Drew the Dog, the Red Heart dog food, says Meyer. Drew is my spirit animal right now, says Kevin at Gotham City Comics. Meyer Greenblatt says, Red Heart Dog Food presents. I learned about those weird red painted quarters the other day. They were from jukeboxes where the owners of said boxes would put in quarters, I guess, to test them or promote playing of them. And Red Heart Dog Food also had promotional baseball cards in 1954. Yeah, we were looking at comics yesterday that were Red Heart Dog Food. Did you get those? Meyer? Or did I get those? Or did neither of us get those? Or Kevin, did you keep those? I don't remember. I remember them being kind of cool. There was also a Lassie. I think Kevin kept the Lassie. Maybe that was what the Red Heart Dog. I can't remember. I remember there was something. I was remembering, where is this inside joke coming from? And yeah, it was yesterday's stream. We were looking at those comics. Yeah. How about that? I better get upstairs, man. Speaking of jukeboxes, I've got to put some records into a jukebox upstairs. When I got some glue this morning so I can fix my Tarzan model. I could do that live on the air. Now, you can't get model kit glue at the local supermarket, so I got this super glue, which is really not what you should use on model kits. It really is not as effective as model glue. Okay. Amazing. Okay, what else I need? Okay. Well, people are talking. Meyer says, no, I didn't get them. It was Lassie and I kept it. Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, all right. I was wondering why. Yeah, of course you kept it because it was amazing. It was Lassie and I kept it. I already read that. It had Mesa Provenance. That's right. It was a 1949 giveaway. That is correct. If you guys want to see what we're talking about, just tune into the 10-hour live stream that we had yesterday. What you do is you just watch it at work Monday with some headphones, and people will think you're doing something important. Okay, so how about that? Well, we're getting in the elevator, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go upstairs. Incredible, huh? For Tarzan, oh, look at this. I also got this for like $1. It's a Matchbox car. See that? Okay. 1964 Lincoln Continental. Yeah, 1982. Eric Green and Howler Mouse were talking about the movies that came out in 1982, and that was a phenomenal. Yeah. That was a phenomenal year for movies. It really was. How about that? 1982. I worked in a movie theater in the summer of 1984 when all the sequels to the movies of 1982 came out. And I thought, boy, this is going to be great, just like that summer before. But yeah, they weren't as good, you know. Star Trek 3 was not Star Trek 2, you know. Summer of 84, yeah, I don't know. I've told all those stories before. The summer I worked in a Lowe's theater in Arlington, Texas. All right, we'll get this, get you guys plugged in. What are people talking about here, man? Gotham City Comics says Adventures of MGM's Lassie 1949 features the first appearance of Lassie in a comic book. This promotional comic book was distributed by the Red Heart Dog Food Company. 3 Lassie stories. Oh, wow. So, all right. So that was a key issue, was the first appearance of Lassie in a comic. That actually is probably pretty valuable, I would think. It was a neat comic, yeah. I was just remembering, like, what happened to it? And I don't remember it in either of our piles. It was because it was never offered for sale. That's why. All right, let's get some light going. Okay. And of course, only morons keep toys in their packages. So let's immediately tear it out. That says there's new comments. What could that be? Meyer, that's fantastic, Kevin. Really great find in that cool collection from yesterday. Lassie and the Smugglers, Lassie and Operation Haylift, and Lassie and the Mines. Full color, 16 pages. Newsprint covers and interior, no cover price, printed by Western Publishing. Wow. Incredible. The car is now, whoops, get rid of the comment. Yeah, pretty cool little car. How about that? Yeah, that's really cool. Reminds me a little bit of the Black Beauty. I saw it there at the supermarket. I went to, why did I go there? Actually, my wife wanted more of those Dr. Peppers, but they were sold out. So, first priority, fix Tarzan, then maybe I'll fix the Munsters living room model kit. Let's see if I can remember how this worked. Yeah, very good. Well, and then I've got to fix the head of this lamp in the other room. That's really amazing. You won't believe it when you see it. I don't know if I've ever shown it, but it reminds me a lot of Poison Ivy from the Cramps. It's like a cat girl lamp, and the head has come off of it. So we're going to be doing some cranial reconstruction here in a moment. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. All right, Tarzan. We're building back better here. Missing Mars points out something that is true. Thank you for pointing that out. I bought a Mexican cake this morning, Meyer. Missing Mars super glue and plastic usually don't mix. That is correct. That's all I've got to work with here in this little small town. And yeah, Joe Riley, a master model kit maker, he liked to use super glue. And a lot of times, and he built a bunch of models for me. A lot of times the pieces will fall off and I'll have to re-glue them. years later because he used super glue. So yes, I'm aware of that. This is, like I said, this is not meant to be used, but this is sometimes, in this wartime economy, sometimes we have to, like you might have to paint a line down your legs so it looks like you're wearing pantyhose. And I may have to use super glue on this Tarzan. So he's holding up so far. And I'm going to have to use super glue in the other room to fix this woman's head, ladies and gentlemen. Missing Mars is a face that's doing something, but I cannot tell. It might be smiling, possibly laughing at my follies. Oh, shit, using super glue. That's probably likely. All right. Okay, come on, man. Oh, God damn. Oh, yeah, but what the? Where's that? There we go. Okay, here's the said lamp. And here's the head. The head is supposed to go here. I'm going to have to put you guys somewhere. I'll put you guys up here. That's a good spot for you. It's hot here, man. What is? Let me turn this air conditioner down. Turn it down 1 degree, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys? Did you guys sleep in heavenly peace last night? Did you have a good rest? Yeah, super glue is working pretty well on this. But why wouldn't you use Gorilla Glue on a Tarzan model kit? It just seems logical. Okay. I don't know how well you can see this lamp, but it's really quite amazing. We need better lighting in here. Okay. Incredible. What else can I put glue on? Come on, there's got to be something else broken around here. One thing I've got to do is get all these books off the floor because I keep getting distracted on live streams. When the dog comes in and starts trying to lick the books that are on the floor, that's a problem because someone else will be showing books or something, and I'll be in the back going, come on, girl, don't do that, don't lick that. It probably sounds kind of weird if they don't know what's happening. So, Meyer Greenblatt says, I slept well. I woke up and that live action Archie TV movie was playing from the 90s was playing. Yeah, there's a new live action movie from India where Riverdale is a small American town, but it's in India. And Betty and Veronica, there's no blonde Betty. They're both brunettes because they're in India. And it's a musical, and it's really kind of set in the 60s or a pseudo version, of the 60s, like the way they do, where it's kind of timeless, but really more 60s. And I haven't watched it yet. I hear it's good. Oh shit! I gotta plug this phone in. So incredible. Okay, so what is this, man? These books need to be downstairs. 100%. Okay. What is that? Oh, that's cool. Oh, there's some good books in here, man. Meyer says that Archie movie wasn't bad. Jughead and his son did some rapping and breaking. Ooh. Okay. I don't know. The Happy Mutant Handbook. I don't know where this came from. It's feeling good. This reeks of something that was given to me as a gift by someone trying to figure out how I think. Someone that, that guy's weird. What kind of gift would I get him? And they think, well, something like this. It's not looking like it's, well, there's a little thing about William M. Gaines in here. That's neat. Oh, I shouldn't knock it. This is good. I like Red Hawk's account of Custer's last battle. So this struck me as, I don't want to put this in the closet. I want to look at this. This is meant for like a junior high school library. That's neat. And then this is this the same author? Paul and Dorothy Goebel. Yeah. Lone Bull's Horse Raid. So when did these come out, you asked? I would say these are Kennedy era. I'm guessing 62. Let's see if I'm correct. Yeah, 73. Well, I was just off by a few years. Um, ooh, there's a letter in here. What the heck? This book is called Little Me, the intimate memoirs of that great star of stage, screen, and television, Belle Potrine. Okay. Do you know who Belle Potrine is? Help me with this. I don't know when I got this book, or I don't remember even owning this book. But at first I looked at the cover and I thought, is that Zsa Zsa Gabor? But no, it's Little Me, the intimate memoirs of that great star of stage, screen, and television, Belle Potrine, as told to Patrick Dennis, with 150 photographs by Chris Alexander. So this book looks really interesting, and came out when, let's see, 1961, third printing. But look, it's got a little letter enclosed that says, if you've already read this, I'll die. Old Manon, original Julie, really wrote it. Okay. Have fun reading and hope you'll like it. Little Me, mucho love, Manon. Okay, I don't follow. I assume that this is the author wrote this little note. I don't know. I'm going to have to research this. Looks interesting. This is why I don't want these books on the floor, because Drew could, start chewing on the edge or something. So I just found a bookshelf that I've never utilized. So I'm going to put these books on that shelf. What are people talking about? Shades of Sunset Boulevard, says Meyer. Yeah, would somebody, I can't get to the internet because I'm using my phone for StreamYard, but if someone could look up that name and tell me a little bit about this particular star, I'd appreciate it. What do we got here? Vancouver, explorer of the Pacific coast. You ever really think about Vancouver? It was named after someone. How about that? Well, how would you say this book? I'm guessing 1963. Let's take a look. I liked 70. I used to be better at this. I don't know. It looks like it could be a book from 63. Let's play a game where we guess when books came out. That's a lot of fun. Okay. Okay, I've been thinking a lot about Stan Freberg lately. Do you guys know Stan Freberg? If you don't, your life is about to change, literally. If you watch this channel and don't know Stan Freberg, wow, I envy you. I mean, I discovered Stan Freberg when I was in 6th grade. Stan Freberg did a lot of commercials for television. Before that, he had a long career doing parody records for Capitol Records. I discovered Stan Freberg. I think I heard him doing Elderly Man River on the radio from one of his record albums. And it was back in the late 50s, I guess he did that. And he was predicting the politically correct movement that would come along a few decades later, or well, I guess it was already happening then, the song Old Man River, there was a censor from the radio station that just kept correcting him about speaking with proper grammar while he sings Old Man River. And but he has to say Elderly Man River. But he did parodies of Elvis Presley's Heartbreak Hotel. Sorry, I didn't get much sleep last night. That to me was as insane as any rock and roll record. The way he exaggerated Elvis Presley and the echo and everything. When I first heard the Cramps for the first time, I thought, okay, they definitely have heard Stan Freberg's version of Heartbreak Hotel. And he was just this curmudgeon that hated anything new. When television came out, he hated that. He hated rock and roll, but he did parodies that were hilarious. This parody of Lawrence Welk is fantastic. It sounds exactly like Lawrence Welk. He just did parodies of everything. And I'm friends with his son on just about everything, Donovan Freeberg. There were some commercials that Stan Freberg did in the 80s, and he used his son. They weren't very good quality. They kind of were annoying. His son was that blonde kid. There was an encyclopedia commercial for some encyclopedia company, and you heard Stan Freberg's voice off screen, but I don't know if you remember those encyclopedia commercials with the bespectacled kid with the blonde hair. Those were Stan Freberg commercials. But don't judge those Stan Freberg by those. This is the audio equivalent of Mad Magazine, of the early Harvey Kurtzman Mad comics. In fact, Stan Freberg wrote a few things for the early Mad Magazine, and he wrote an introduction for one of the early Mad paperbacks. This is Stan Freberg is great. Anyway, this is a collection of their audio cassettes. I also have this on CD, and this is he had a radio show in the 50s, the Stan Freberg show. And if you look at the supporting cast, Oz Butler, June Foray, Peter, these are people from, like Bullwinkle cartoons and stuff. He had great voices. Oh, actually, Stan Freberg started doing voices for Warner Brothers cartoons. Which way did he go, George? There was a lot of voices that Stan Freberg did. So these are audio cassettes here that I need to put up in that closet. Here's this is from 1994. This is Our Miss Brooks, which was it was a radio show about a teacher. It later became a TV show, but see, that's how we used to listen to things back in the old days. Our Miss Brooks. And here's the second of the Edgar Rice Burroughs Martian novels, the novels about Barsoom. There was a trilogy: Princess of Mars, The Gods of Mars, and The Warlord of Mars. This is book 2. So it's the whole book unexpurgated. You probably can just listen to someone read it on YouTube now. What are people talking about in the chat? Oh, Myers looked up Belle Patrine. That book is a parody. Oh, is it? The name translates literally in French to nice breast. It is a parody of what it looks like, a memoir of an aging star. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so that's basically like a National Lampoon high school yearbook parody or Sunday newspaper parody. That's great. That's fantastic. All right. Well, didn't Stan Freberg do the skit where he came across to America with Columbus and couldn't get a check cashed because the banks were closed on it being Columbus Day? Yeah, he did an album, Stan Freberg Presents the United States of America, and it started with the colonists first showing up, I think, at Jamestown, and it went up through the end of the Revolutionary War and the designing of the American flag with Betsy Ross. I think that's where it went to. It was designed like it was a Broadway musical with great music. I mean, it's hilarious. And then years later, that was in the 60s, and then in the 90s, he did a sequel in the days of CDs where it went further, but it was not with American history, but it wasn't as good. I mean, nothing was as good. It's just like, were Marvel Comics in the 90s as good as they were in the 60s? Well, Stan Freberg, nothing was as good, but it was okay. But yeah, anything Stan Freberg did, and he did there used to be a show on Sunday mornings, going back to the beginning of television, called Face the Nation or Meet the Press, where all these important reporters would sit around talking about the issues of the day. And he did one called, instead of Meet the Press, it was Meet the Funnies. And it was like all the characters from Sunday morning funny pages were there. It was Little Orphan Annie was there, and Dick Tracy and Tarzan. They were all talking. There's a whole album with them on the cover, sitting around talking. Man, I ought to pull on my Stan Freberg records. Man, that's really where I got all this Aragon ballroom stuff, is because in the first few years, from 51 to 55 of the Lawrence Welk show, he was broadcasting from the Aragon Ballroom in Santa Monica, California. So I thought I'll just steal it, because, and then the Stan Freberg parody of Lawrence Welk, it's a record called Wonderful, Wonderful. He does the same shtick that Lawrence Welk did, talking about the Aragon Ballroom. And of course, the Aragon Ballroom, I think he might have, after 55, when Lawrence Welk, he started doing it from a studio set instead of from an actual ballroom. And that ballroom's gone. It was, later became like a hippie club, but I think it was called the Cheetah Club, with the Doors and everything. Everybody played, and then it burned in 1970. Okay, so how about that? Now I've got to get these cassettes up in this closet. Oh man, pain in the butt. This closet is like about 3 feet up. There's a step. I don't know if you can see there. There's a step there, but see, it's like the Winchester house. Why is a closet that high, man? It's really kind of awkward getting up there. I mean, maybe it's probably no problem when you're a 10-year-old, and that's probably would be a wonderful little hideout, or a little place to go in there, hang out, read your comic books. But when you get to be almost 60, it's kind of hard to get up there. But right now I'm using it to just stash books. So until I get more bookcases, which I don't know when that'll be. I don't know what I'm going to wind up owing to get my windshield replaced. See, I got to get way up there, man. Man, pain in the butt. Let me take these paperbacks in the other room. Whoa. Okay, this is the box lid for that Tarzan model kit. I should put it behind the kit. Man, we got 17 people watching. That's pretty good. Pretty good for me. I'm not. If anyone wants to come on, it won't be a problem. I'll still keep doing what I'm doing, but you could hang out and talk. Okay. Where should I put these books, man? Maybe I could put them here if I move Topo Gigio somewhere. Topo Gigio, you're going to go here. Look at this book, Commando Extraordinary. Gotta sit you guys down, man. You guys are becoming a problem, man. Okay. Oof. Look at this. I'm gradually filling up this magazine spinner. Look, I got the 2 special edition books about Caitlin Clark here. That's important. Oh, I was talking about this guy the other day. This is the Gene Simmons that apparently has been modified. Someone could tell me if you have a Gene Simmons Mego figure, if you could look at it real quick, if it's close by. I was told that this body is actually the Christopher Reeve Superman body, and the head was Gene Simmons' head was popped on it just to make Gene Simmons look more super heroic. So it's a limited edition customized variant. See those little cubbies. What is going on here? People are talking. It's for the spirits to hang out in those little cubbies. Yeah. He's talking about that closet. 60. I'd have been annoyed if I had to climb to that closet at 25. Climb, yeah. An old army buddy of mine called last week, and out of the blue, he brought up Casca, the Eternal Warrior books that we used to read. Yeah, Casca was a Roman soldier, that the one that pierced the Jesus' side to see if he was still alive, and he was cursed to walk the earth forever and fight in every war that happens. It was Casca, the Eternal Mercenary. It was a series of books that if they had come out decades earlier, it would have been in pulp magazines. But, the series that came out, you'd see them in the 60s, mainly the 70s, all these series books. There's some here, There's The Butcher. Remember, and then The Destroyer. I think I've got a Casca book here somewhere. There's some Doc Savage. Those should be downstairs with the other Doc Savage. Man, I swore I had here's the original Buck Rogers. Here's a more recent edition. Recent. I don't know, man. I don't know. I've got at least a couple of those Casca books. Very big popular sellers at Little PC at Fort Bragg. I would think so. He meant PX, yeah. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Okay. I was never in the military, but my father was, so trust me, I know PXs. So I bought many a comic book. All right. The dog has arrived. I'm going to get these books. See, I had this bookshelf over here. I can't get there from here. So I just have these figures here, and I'm gonna. Let me see what I can do. Will you guys fit up here? I don't know. Man, where do you put a camera? There we go. How about that? That's a good angle. Okay. collecting the 1970s. This Betty Page, Queen of the Nile. Hawkman. This Hawkman book. I forgot I own that. These are Hellboy books. These up here. I'll put some comic related stuff up here. Okay. What is that? Oh, this is a Dave Stevens cover. I bet this is real valuable now. Everybody's going ape over Dave Stevens lately. Black Angel from Verotic. And okay, that up there. These little stand-up things. I want one off. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Mae West. Here's Betty Davis. Put it here. Move these Conan phone book things up here. What is this garbage? Oh, let me see. This is the Curse of Lono and all of the other reindeer. Okay, more Savage Sword of Conan up here. Come on, you bad. Oh, this is a good book. The Grand Guignol. You ever seen this? Theater of Fear and Horror. I forgot I owned this. Yeah, this is a fun book. You guys are sideways. How dare you? In France, they'd have live productions in the days before movies when you could, the same. If you wanted, people that like slasher movies, well, before there were movies, they would go to special theaters to see that kind of thing. Here's a memoir of Bill Malden, the combat cartoonist from World War II. Put that up there. Yeah, I had this shelf with just, I'll show you in a minute. Oh, here's some more stuff. Oh, here's what I was looking for. Man, what a pain in the neck. You see this Strange Tales? Well, you're not going to see it now either. This is something my mother brought back from Japan when she was right after World War II. It looks like he's got a lightsaber. Put that up there. Okay. Here's Bruce Timm cover on this X-Men reprint. There's Ant-Man and Giant Man. Move that up. Thor, If Asgard Should Perish. Nick Fury reprints. Yeah, I thought I'd try this Berserker thing. And another copy of that Strange Tale. Or is that the same one? And all of the other reindeers too big. I'll put that down here. Let's move up Star Trek movie memories up here. Come on, you. Okay, that's about as good enough, I think. Well, maybe not. I could get one more book up there. What is happening back there? Okay, there we go. Now, I'll move this up. And this, where, oh. Okay, before on the shelf, I just had these three people. Where is it? There we go. See, but now I've got books behind them. So now that frees this whole shelf down here for me to put more books. And this is what, if you're watching Thursday's show, and Sydney was on, Nick and Sydney. Oh, Drew, you've got some dog food there. Let me open it for you. I'll open it. She's hungry, and she went and got one of the dog foods, and then I have to open it for her. Okay. Whoop, I'll see what the people in the chat are having to say. Okay, you're plugged in. Okay, she apparently wants the turkey recipe from the Julius Caesar bread. Okay, there you go, Drew, the dog. Now I got dog food juice on my hands. Let me wash my hands before I handle this collectible. She took the dog food upstairs. She has very strong maternal instincts, and she's been fixed, but she looks at these green toys, green little rubber bones, anything that's green, she looks at it as her children. So she's got about 3 or 4 green toys, and she brings food to them. So she was taking that up the stairs to the attic to feed to her children. So let's see what people are saying in the chat. What are people saying? Barry Sadler, who sang the Green Beret hymn. Great series of books. Read most of them, enjoyed them immensely. Yeah, that was Barry Sadler that wrote the Casca books. Dutch angle. I apparently had a Dutch angle. Meyer, yes, Steve, I'm still tripping out that you were on the Saipan, LOL. We were both shopping AFES and listening to Armed Forces Radio at the same time. Neat. Never saw Hellboy 2. People speak highly of it and missed the reboot too. The reboot, I understand, is terrible. Hellboy 2, people said it wasn't as good as the first one. I own both of them, but I don't think I ever actually sat through all of Hellboy 2, and it's not because it's necessarily bad. It's just because I think I was sleepy. Then I forgot about it, but I just remembered. I don't think I ever finished Hellboy 2. Curse of Lono was good, says Meyer. Brass Ring is also an excellent book. Anything by Bill Malden is great. Meyer says, Gratu asked Charlton 66 about those Gene Autry comics from yesterday. Please, I just thought of it. The Road Warrior would just lick the dog food juice off his fingers. Okay, yeah. Charlton, you still listening? There is a lady came into Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, Kevin. She was a teacher, and her mother was a teacher. Her mother's like 80, and her mother had a bunch of comics that I think must have been used as in a classroom library. And so the daughter got the comics and took them in and sold them to him. And so it was a big, more than a short box full of comics, but they were clearly more wholesome comics, the type you could have in a library. They weren't the more prurient ones that were available at that same time period. It's mostly Classics Illustrated. There were some Westerns. There's a Gene Autry that's still there that is, kind of in not the best condition, but it's still there and you could still read it. And he's not going to charge you much for it if you want it. You may not even need it. But there was a really cool thing. Kevin's keeping it because it has ties to his local community. But it was an envelope, a manila envelope with a Gene Autry mail away of those little long, skinny Tijuana Bible looking, that you'd get as premiums from. And I think there were 4 or 5 Gene Autry comics, and they're all in the original envelope with an address that was just down the street from his store for where he lives. So, my first thought, if you watched that live stream yesterday, I said, oh, save those for Charlton 66. And he said, well, I think I should keep these because it's a local thing. So if you watch it yesterday, I don't know where to tell you to watch, probably 4 or 5 hours in, who knows. You can see those. And you can see that Gene Autry comic that I know is still available. And there's Meyer and I picked through it, and then Kevin kept a few for himself, but there may still be stuff that you would want that he got in yesterday. It's not stuff you see every day. It's from the early 50s. What is going on here? John Goris, the Road Warrior would just lick the dog food juice off his fingers. Yeah. Charlton 66, Hayes Gray, Underway, Meyer. I was just thinking of the Road Warrior. I was just commenting on Howler Mouse had a live stream this morning, and he had Eric Breen on. They were talking about the music, the movies of 1982. And the Road Warrior, I remember how much of an impact that, my older brother took me to see that. And that was after he'd gotten out of the Army, and I think he thought it was a little, like everything after he got out of the Army, he thought it was a little too gory. I thought he did enjoy the movie. The movie was phenomenal. The Road Warrior, which is called Mad Max 2 everywhere else, I think it's a perfect standalone movie. The movie Mad Max, I saw that, I think, after I saw the Road Warrior. And of course, after you see the Road Warrior and you see Mad Max, it's a whole different kind. It doesn't really. The cool thing about Mad Max existing is that it allowed there to be an origin story at the beginning of the Road Warrior that's very effective, because you see Mel Gibson and he's clearly younger, and it's very powerful. And so to me, Mad Max exists mainly just to make the Road Warrior more powerful, and it just starts. That's the way it should be in a comic book movie. You have an origin done really quickly. You don't have an origin that goes on for 70 minutes and then the hero appears in costume at the end. And you say, well, Road Warrior is not a comic book movie. When I saw that, I said, that's the closest I've ever seen, other than, Superman the movie, to, getting a comic book down. But of course, Superman the movie had different shifts in tone, very serious. And then the stuff with Lex Luthor was more campy. But Road Warrior, the tone remained consistent. It felt like a comic book. It felt, and then they were talking about Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, and I think Paulo in the comments says that's his favorite. And I don't want to, but when I saw that, I was so disappointed by it, because it's like, now I wanted more of the Road Warrior, of that character, not anyway. Road Warrior was a perfect movie. There was a lot of great movies that came out in 82. Anyway, this is what Sydney was talking about. She says, you have a rare comic that we put out. We only made, what did she say? Only made 50 of them. This is a Christmas issue of Channel Planet. It's just a little small thing. And this is promoting a TV show they were going to do called Silly Doodles. in the summer of 2022. I guess that didn't pan out, but I'm sure they're still using elements of it and what they're. Anyway, this is the comic they put out. It's a little mini comic, and to me, it looks. This could just is. I see these children's books. This could easily be well. This is just as good a quality as 95% of the stuff that's published that makes God untold millions. Of course, this may not be. It may be a little inappropriate for little kids, but anyway, I've got to get this put somewhere. This is a fantastic little publication. Put it right here. Then I can pull it out the next time they appear. Maybe they'll show up on Thursday. They seem to have a lot of fun Thursday night. I got a lot of good feedback from Thursday night's show. Not probably as much about yesterday's show. Hayes Gray underway, Meyer. I guess that's some inside joke because they were both on the same ship together, and they realized that couple of shows, I think, on the first Dum Dum meeting show. Roger that, Steve. Airborne all the way. Charlton, that's cool about those puff wheat giveaways. Is that what it is, puff wheat? In the envelope. Thanks for the Gene Autry info. Are those incredibly rare in the envelope, or is that a common find, Charlton? I didn't know if. But my first instinct is, there's Gene Autry stuff. It's like that should go to Charlton. Roy Rogers should go to Graphic Man. That kind of thing. There were a lot of other Dells. It was mostly Dell and Classics Illustrated. There was no superhero. There was no pre-code horror. None of that. It was stuff from a classroom. Anyway, so this is the model kit. There was a knife sticking in him. The knife broke off in the move. I know why it broke off, and I won't say anything because I don't want to. It's all right. No, it isn't all right, but so what can you do? It's just, am I going to cry about it? Yeah, probably. Yeah, how about that? All right, where do I put this Tarzan model kit? Let's find a place. I found this picture of Jesus in a yearbook, college yearbook of my father's, so I thought I'd put it in a prominent place. Let's put Tarzan over here next to the Planet of the Apes stuff. I guess. I don't know what to do. No, I don't know about that. I got to get these records here into this jukebox. Oh, man, what am I going to do? Okay. There's just too much shiza everywhere. You can fabricate yourself a new knife, perhaps. Tough to find the envelope intact. I have 3 of the 5 mini Gene Autry comics. I do that sort of thing in those situations, yeah. It's all 5 in the original envelope in very nice condition. Yeah, I don't think he's selling it, so we probably should. Oh, the battery has died in this clock. I need to replace that. Is that a top priority? Well, maybe it should be, but maybe what's more important, replacing my windshield or I don't know. I saw a car. I walked up to the supermarket this morning and I saw one of the neighbors' cars. It was smashed in big, it like caved in. So, how about that? Okay. Crap. All right. Here's a yearbook from my college, but it's not from my year. It's from 1969. But I collect old yearbooks. Here's 1962 from my college. But you see a lot of the town and how it's changed in those years, you know. And here's 1958 from my college. I just pick them up at half price books, you know. People. So I guess people pass away and the relatives don't care. They just sell their father or mother's yearbook to the half price books. It's Mr. President. In this historic volume, the President of the United States, while in office, makes public much of his personal diaries, letters, and notes. I'm thinking this is going to be the current president being President Kennedy. What do you guys think? Oh, it looks like this is Harry Truman. 1952. Yeah, this is Harry Truman stuff, which is cool. Harry Truman is very colorful. If you ever read any books he's written, they're very interesting. You know, he just tells you exactly what he thinks about people like Billy Graham. You know, just think, the guy's just. Oh, I don't remember the exact quote, but he's something else, man. Okay, put that here on this shelf. Okay, so these are all, it's interesting. So you got Carol Lombard, a Paramount star. You got Mae West, Paramount, and Betty Davis, Warner Brothers stars. This is my pop-up Dick Tracy book. I'm probably not storing it well anyway. The book's in terrible condition, but it was a gift. Tonto fell right over. It's my mother. Looks like I can get a few more books up there. I think my wife wanted to read that Ian Curtis book. Oh, I got the Gods of H.P. Lovecraft. I forgot I had that book. Yeah, I got books all around. I don't even know. I have no idea that I own them. It's like you tend to buy things in a frenzy and you don't really know what you have. I don't know. Maybe that's not the case with you, but I'm going to see if tell me if this is clear. I'm going to try cleaning this lens off on the phone. Is it clearer now? One time, Meyer did that, and it made like a tremendous difference. One show. Okay, what are we saying here? Kevin at Gotham City says, I would sell it to Charlton 66. And he says, a few years ago, a buddy of mine paid a deal of $500 for all 5 mini comics and the envelope. All were very nice as well. Oh, boy. Seriously? I didn't have. where should I put this new highly collectible vehicle? Put it right up here. See, I'm gradually building back better. See, I got a brighter clock from the garage than the one I had before. Incredible. Drew, what are you up to, man? How dare you? Drew's nosing around the Merc manual. This was what my mom and dad always used. Is this book, the Merc manual? They would always look up, medicines, and there was they would. Gotham City Comics. I wouldn't charge anywhere near that. Yeah, that's probably not wise to to tell. Yeah, I don't think. I don't think he was thinking of charging anything like that at all. But as Kevin is ethical and a nice guy. What is this book? Children of the Dust Bowl. What? When did I get that book? Oh, man. I think this was a gift from Charlton 66. I think it was a gift from somebody. I think from Charlton. It's great. This is a great book. What is this ridiculous here? Oh, this will appeal to you guys. You're all wrestling fans. Seems like most of you guys are. I don't remember if this can be shown on a family network like this. Merc Manual is an excellent reference. Yeah, I figured it must be because my dad was, into the medical side of the Army like you were. And so, although it seems like I've heard Merc used in a more negative way lately, but anyway, I was a teenage professional wrestler. That sounds like a 50s movie. Anyway, this was once in a middle school library. So, as I recall, okay, don't do that, Drew. What are you chewing on, man? How dare you? What are you chewing on? How dare you? Anyway, as I recall, some children. No, don't mess with my Coca-Cola. Don't mess with my Coca-Cola, Drew. I guess she's hungry. Drew, how dare you? Anyway, I remember there were some nasty things drawn into this book, but I don't. Oh, man. Well, they drew mustaches and beards on them, but look at this guy. Bozo Brown is his name. What do you guys know about Bozo Brown? You guys are all wrestling experts. Yeah. They drew some. They've added to quite a few of these pictures and things I can't really show you. But how about that? Let's move some more books here. Oh, there's another stack of books I need to move. This is the yearbook from my high school, but it's the 1957 one. What is this book? Oh, this is a Jehovah's Witnesses book, right? Awake. This is I got a bunch of Jehovah's Witnesses literature from an estate sale, and I think this is a bound set of one of their magazines. It has all this stuff about World War II in it because printed during World War II. Let's see if that's the case. Yeah, it's Awake, volume 40. This is 1959. So that's what their magazine looks like. Oh, look at this, teaching by television. Yeah, some of these articles are actually very interesting. Oh, Tiny Tim had an autobiography that was very rare. And this guy I knew reproduced it. Am I upside down? In this edition, he it's just a photocopied edition. He ran the Tiny Tim fan club in a really cool bookstore in Dallas. Here's a somewhat, come on. This is a good book, as I recall. It was fun to read. Gods and Spacemen. Okay, let's put that with paperbacks. I'm actually getting stuff done today. I'm thrilled. The head is stayed on the cat girl lamp. I don't even know how to. Yeah. How about that? Okay. What is this garbage? Comic book we also need to work on. This should be an easy fix. I think. I just need to move some boxes back into place. Go downstairs for a bit. Oh. Well, can you hear me? Technical difficulties. Please stand by, says Meyer Greenblatt. Yeah. I better charge you guys a little bit. Give you some electricity, some jolts. How's the sound? Can you hear me? Yeah, thumbs up, thumbs down. Yes, indeed. I assume no one can hear me. So, did I ever tell you about the time when looks like the sun's coming out a little bit outside? I lost another viewer, man, down to 12 human beings. Yeah, I don't know if anyone can hear me. Man, I don't know. Jesus only had 12 to begin with, too. That's true. Okay, so people can hear me. Thank you, John, for letting me know. Okay, so I've got things to do, but I have to wait till some electricity gets fed into the phone. So, let me put the link. Yes. Invite guest. Copy. Post comment. Okay, the link is in the chat if anyone wants to come on. Show your amazing comic books or monster magazines or DVD collection or perhaps anything you want to show, toys. Someone come on and entertain me while I move books around. So, anyway, summer of 1984, I figure, I'll get some extra money. I'll work in a movie theater. Have I told you this story before? Yeah. The big movies that summer were Purple Rain, Ghostbusters. That was the summer that Conan the Destroyer came out, which was not as good as the first Conan movie. And Star Trek 3 came out, which was not as good as Star Trek 2. And Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom came out, but which was not as good as Raiders of the Lost. Oh, there's someone here. Oh, it's Meyer. Had to stay.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Not much, just hanging out, doing a little stuff around the house, same as you.
Yeah, I've gotten a few things done.
Yeah,
What
me
I
too.
need to
I got
do
rid
is
of
go
a
down to the
chair.
basement and bring something up. I need to turn
I
this
got rid of
music
an
down
actual
too.
entire piece of furniture today. I got rid of a chair. I gave a chair to my neighbor. So I'm going to be getting rid of
I'm
another
going to
piece
turn
of
this music down because I can't hear anything.
furniture. How's everybody doing out there? TV land? I hope everybody's okay. Oh, no. I got this lighter from my son. It's Boris Vallejo. Isn't that cool? I mean, it's not an actual, it's like a lighter holder, but it's really cool, isn't it? Look at this lighter that Simon gave me, like a lighter holder. There's no actual nudity. She's wearing like a little, metal bikini, but it's Boris
Yeah,
Vallejo. Simon just brought it home from, like, he called it, they call it the bottle shop up there,
yeah, it's neat.
the liquor store. I was like, wow, that's really cool. He said, yeah, there's some guy that makes these. Cool, huh? So yeah. You want to look at some toys, maybe some action figures or something? You wanna
Sure.
walk
I'm
around
not sure if it's my
apartment?
phone, but it's hard to hear. I can hear you, but the sound's low. But I'm sure it's my phone and not you.
I'll
I
try and
wonder
talk
what.
louder. Can you hear me okay? And I don't know. Can everybody out there hear me okay?
I think it's on my end.
All right.
Yeah.
You want to
So
just look
if
at
someone's having trouble, they'll let us know.
you want to just look at stuff? I can just hold the phone up and see how it looks on the TV.
That's amazing.
I painted that King Kong right there. This is my family.
You know why I think the sound's fuzzing out on my end because I think I don't have any battery juice, so I need to get to an electrical outlet quick.
All right, I'm pretty close to the phone, so hopefully everybody can hear me. So yeah, that's the King Kong that I painted, and then this is the Stevens family. This is a Yugoslavian Empire Strikes Back movie poster.
Yeah, I've seen those. They have them for all three movies. They're amazing.
This is one of my favorite movies, obviously. Here's a really old Buck Rogers poster that was one of those, fold outs that on the other side of this is all this information about the show. And I've had this since I bought it, off the stands, and it just survived. So it's really kind of a little bit tattered and faded, but it's my original one.
Wow.
I almost have the whole complete collection of the Marx figures and horses. It's in that little booklet right there that comes with the figures from the 60s and 70s. I almost have all of them. This is a really cool building set from Ideal called Super City, and I built this little like 1960s style high-rise apartment building with it.
Oh yeah.
That Marilyn Monroe doll is a part of my mother's old doll collection that she gave to me. She gave me a few things, and that was one of the things she gave me. It's really a cool doll.
I have one of those somewhere.
This is when Funko was really making cool stuff like this. Remember how we were talking about how Funko used to make neat things, right? This is also Mark's. This is from the Mark's Safari set. This rhinoceros. These are these Dakin figures that used to be sold a lot at amusement parks or in souvenir shops that would, you know these. Look at some books, maybe. Here's the Edgar Casey Reader. This guy was a famous prophet. Supposedly he had ESP or something. Here's Edgar Rice Burroughs, The Girl from Ferris's. This is when Burroughs is trying something a little different. This isn't like fantasy or science fiction or real adventure, jungle adventure or anything. This is like a detective story.
Cool.
Here's a book from my high school days called Pardon Me, You're Stepping on My Eyeball by Paul Zindel. I haven't read this book since high school, but I remember really liking it. And a girlfriend of mine turned me on to this book. This was her favorite book. Here's Michael Moorcock, Elric of Melniboné. It's from the great days of the early 80s. Here's an old paperback, Ian Fleming, Diamonds Are Forever. These are fun books. The John Norman Gore books. This is a Assassin of Gore. These are really cool. These are a lot like Edgar Rice Burroughs, except with everything turned up to 11. This is number 5 in the series. This is a fun book called Venus on the Half Shell by Kilgore Trout. This is a parody of a science fiction novel, probably from the 50s or 60s, but it's written by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. under the pen name of Kilgore Trout. A lot of fun. Kilgore Trout right there.
Of course, his Diamonds Are Forever is one of my favorite title songs from the series.
Oh yeah, it's great. Here's another one of those. The next book up is another one of those early Ian Fleming 1960s James Bond paperback. The Spy Who Loved Me. Is this the first one? I think this might be the first Vampirella paperback novel by Ron Goulart, I think. Awesome cover, right? The iconic Vampirella pose or image. Here's Korea's Heroes, the Medal of Honor story. Everything looking okay and sounding okay on your end, Gratu?
Yeah, I've got more. The phone's more charged.
Let me know anytime when you want me to stop, or if is this going okay? Is this interesting?
I'm moving. Well, I'm in the basement and I'm moving things to the elevator and kind of I'm in and out. So if you don't hear me respond to you, it's because I'm trying to get stuff done, and I'll watch all this.
All right.
Later.
So this is Guadalcanal Diary, with in really good shape, really cool cover. I like that.
Wow.
That design. Cool design. Here's some Poul Anderson. This is the first book in this Ensign Flandry series, which I read in the early 80s, which is I remember really liking. Cool cover. Dominic Flandry, Agent of Imperial Terra. The first one, introducing Dominic Flandry. Andre Norton, Horn Crown. I haven't read this. Nice cover. The new Witch World novel. Here's one of those Thongor books by Lynn Carter. Fights the Pirates of Tarakas. I read this a few years ago. It's fun. Cool cover. Here's Edgar Allan Poe, Fall of the House of Usher and Other Tales. I like that cover. Ian Fleming, The Diamond Smugglers. August Derleth, The Trail of Cthulhu. Number 6. These collections of science fiction stories. Picture over on this one. This is a nice book. This is an import. I didn't know when I was in high school. This is the first, and I think in this series from the UK.
Damn it.
So it's UK, Australia, and New Zealand. And when I lived as a kid in the Monterey Peninsula, this town of Carmel has a lot of European people and a lot of international people around it. The whole area there. there was always imports to be found at bookstores, certain bookstores in particular, and that's where I got this at a place in Cornwall in about 1981, 1980, 19, yeah, I don't know. Here's Peyton Place, which I haven't read, but I'd like to read. Apparently this was a big sensation. I love the name of the author, Grace Metalius. That's such a cool name. But I guess this was a big sensation when it came out. They marketed it as this housewife wrote this epic novel, I guess. Here's Dandelion Wine by Ray Bradbury. Photo novel number 5, Metamorphosis. Sword in Stone. Choose Your Own Adventure, Mutiny in Space. John Steinbeck, The Grapes of Wrath. And J.D. Salinger, 9 Stories. That's the good stuff. Hijacked. Another Choose Your Own Adventure. Matter of fact, in here, let's go back to 9 Stories. In here, there's a story called The Laughing Man that is about a pulp or radio hero, and it's pretty interesting. I recommend this if you're interested in the stuff that we're already interested in. This book is about growing up as a kid, maybe in the 20s or 30s, and part of it involves a story of a fictional character called the Laughing Man, who is a lot like a pulp radio hero. He's a combination of actual heroes that you'll recognize. Here's Jules Pfeiffer, The Explainers. I haven't read this yet. I really need to. It looks great. Here's Bonko, The Further Adventures of Papillon. It's the sequel to the first book that was made into the movie. And it's written by this guy, Henri Charrier, who is the actual Papillon who wrote both books. This I haven't read. I just found it somewhere and brought it home. It's called Track. I don't know what it is. I haven't read it yet. Here's James Joyce, A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. Here's Dead Time. Look at this. I love the incongruous. Dead Time Stories, Invasion of the Appleheads. That's pretty cool. Sideways Stories from Wayside School. These are all books left over from my kids. They're still here. This is Terror in Tiny Town. Pretty cool. What's his name? Chucky. Looks like Chucky. Hope I'm talking loud enough for everybody. Nightmare on Planet X. Maybe you're young enough that you have nostalgia for these books. I don't. I I've only read a few of these, and I don't remember much. It would have been when my kids were little, and maybe I was reading them to them. Night of the Pet Zombies. Choose your own adventure. You see the future. Oh, this looks like it's painful. Wow, look at it. The future's not turning out so well. But the past was great when football's awesome quarterbacks had Joe Montana on the cover. Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. John Steinbeck's The Long Valley. The Shaggy Dog. Something called Irene. Kind of good. The Superman animated series, The Man of Steel. Maybe it came from a school library or something. It's got that lamination to it. The first Star Wars novelization that I got, probably in the Christmas of '77. Got the crease down the spine from when I would just open it up to the middle and look at the pictures, because the pictures are all color, and so I would just look at the pictures over and over again. Here's another John Norman Gore novel. This is Hunters of Gore, the 8th book in the series. These are great. Can't recommend them enough. Here's Kurt Vonnegut, Welcome to the Monkey House. This might have Harrison Bergeron in it. Let me look. Yeah, so this is the book that has the story that, well, he kind of foretold a lot of things in his writing, but that book, or that novel, the short story Harrison Bergeron is in here, and it talks about equity. Here's Of Mice and Men by John Steinbeck. Great book. Just keep going. Here's another Dominic Flandry book, A Stone in Heaven. Star Trek V. Adapted by James Steele. John Steinbeck's The Pearl. Great story. Here's The Little Prince. Here's Edgar Rice Burroughs' The Moon Maid. This is good. I recommend you read this book. More John Norman Gore. Seventh book, Castle of Gore. The New Centurion by Joseph Lombard. This is a great book about police. It's about the police department in Los Angeles in the 1960s. Very good. Using Spider-Man crime campaign with some Latter-day Saints. Joyce Burroughs, Tarzan and the Madman. Great. This is the copy that I read of this book first time. About 11, maybe 12. So I love this cover. This is like my first image of law that I ever saw as a kid, was that one right there. Here's Tarzan the Magnificent. Tarzan in the Forbidden City.
See, Paulo said, I have a couple of gore books myself. I got them from a colleague who was moving house, and his wife made him dump his collection, so no room at the new house. Kilgore Trout was Philip Jose Farmer. He stole the name from a character in a Kurt Vonnegut book. Vonnegut never talked to Farmer again because of it.
Oh, see, I didn't know that, Paulo. Thank you. I always thought that was Vonnegut that wrote that. Thank you for clearing that up.
Mia Farrow was in the TV version, I think. The Laughing Man was kind of a shadow clone, if I recall, says John Goris.
Yeah, he's right. That's right. Excellent. Cool. I'm glad everybody can hear me. Travels with Charlie, John Steinbeck. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest by Ken Kesey. Great book. You got to, if you like the movie and you haven't read this book, you should really read this book. The book is written from the mindset of the Big Chief. And it's really, really well written. The narrator is the chief. Helmet for My Pillow by Robert Leckie. This is a Marine from World War II that wrote this book, and he's actually one of the people that's featured in that TV show, The Pacific. He's one of the narrators and characters, and one of the technical advisors of that show. And he wrote this book before The Pacific was ever a thing. This book was popular at the same time. Earlier we were talking about Kafka, The Eternal Mercenary. I got this book at the Little PX at Fort Bragg as well, and this was a popular book. Many people had this same book. The Marvel Superheroes. This is cool. I like this cover. Dave Cochran painted cover. Oh. Rangers in Korea, the true and stirring account of combat that can finally be told for the first time. Also from the PF. Star Trek Log 6. I like this cover a lot. Savage Crusoe, incredible cover. Speaking of Philip Jose Farmer, Paula, Tarzan Alive.
That's a great book. Yeah.
my original copy of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas that I got in high school in about 1981 or so. This copy was passed around to about 3 or 4 of my friends, and then always made it back. Ralph Steadman cover. Great book. Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain. The Hobbit. White Fang by Jack London. This is a great book. John Steinbeck called The Pastures of Heaven. There's a really good story in here. Laracito. I don't want to see what the story is called. It's a little frog. So it's not. So The Pastures of Heaven is about. So this book is about the history of Carmel Valley, and it starts with like stories about the mission and about the Indians that lived there, and then about the settlers. And then in chapter 4 of this book is called. It's just 4, but it's called The Origin of Tularacito. The origin of Tularacito is cast in obscurity. Anyway, this is a really good story about this little deformed or disabled child who they call a little frog, and it's an interesting kind of almost like it's almost a horror story. It's probably as close as Steinbeck comes to a horror or fantasy story. Really good. Okay, cool. That's fast. Making of Star Trek, just a nice one. Got everything in it, or everything that you needed to know in like 1977 or 78 or whenever I first got this. This was like the biggest available compendium of all the information about Star Trek that was out there at the time. Here's Moonraker. It's pretty beat up. Here's The Naked and the Dead by Louise Mailer. We're almost done. One more small stack. From the Mixed Up Files of Mrs. Basil E. Frankweiler. I remember really liking this. I feel like this is about these kids that hide away in the Natural History Museum overnight, I think it is. I did read one of the Wold Newton books once, The Other Log of Phileas Fogg. Not very good. Oh, I haven't read that. Here's the winner of our discontent. This is more stuff about melodrama, about Monterey and Pacific Grove. Here's Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. Here's Salem's Lot. This is a fun book I remember really liking. Masters of Darkness 3. Dean Koontz, Stephen King, Clive Barker. I enjoyed some of that Dean Koontz stuff. Here's another Steinbeck. It's one of my favorite ones. It's called The Wayward Bus. It's about this group of people. It's kind of a disaster movie scenario is what this is. So this is like a 1940s or 1930s maybe disaster movie scenario. This is about a busload of strangers that are involved in a series of mishaps. The Wayward Bus. Here is the U.S. Army FM 8040 Management of Skin Diseases in the Tropics at unit level. If we open this up, we can look at all sorts of just disgusting chancroids and open fissures. This isn't too bad. It's a fungal infection, so we won't go any further, but this book is filled with all kinds of disgusting pictures of people's feet. Here's a combination of both Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. The last thing here is a Robin Cook book that I've never read called Mutation. And that's it. I think I'm ready to get up and move out of the hallway.
Okay, look, I can show you what I'm doing. If you want to show a couple more things or something, then I'll take over.
Yeah.
I don't, it's up to you.
Yeah, there's still stuff here I could show a bit, I guess. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, you can keep going for a little bit, then I'll show you what I'm doing here and why you're hearing noises in the background.
Okay. Let's see. Which we look at, you guys. There's more books over here. Pretty nice, right? This is the first time, this is how I first read the first 6 issues of the whole, when I was about, I don't know, 12. Nightmare, Doctor Strange novelization. Avengers, The Man Who Stole Tomorrow. I really liked this guy's writing at the time. David Michelini was writing the Avengers, and I really liked it as well. I remember really liking this. This is like as soon as I started buying these, this was the first one that I read. Also, probably the first time I read the first 6 issues of Spider-Man was right here in these little tiny panels. Here's Captain America Holocaust for Hire. Great cover. Here's the Hulk, the TV show photo novel. This is really cool. World's Finest. This is a black and white DC compilation from, I guess, maybe the early 70s. Here's a cool Thor one from the 60s. It reads this way. Oh, what's this? There's a flyer in here. Let's pull this out. We got to look at this. There's a flyer inside. So it was right here. So perhaps I put it in there at the end of reading that. It's a bookmark. This is for Margaritaville in Montego Bay. Boy, this is a fun place and this is a good time. I've read this in Montego Bay. I'm pretty sure I took this and I had some EC reprints. Place was very inexpensive at this time. And this place has a this Margaritaville in Montego Bay. I don't know if they still do, but they used to have, so it's layered, and the top floor of this place is a deck, an outdoors or partially outdoors deck with, you know, maybe some awning over the top. Hey, what's going on? Good to see you, Fibes. And there's up there, you know, there's a bar on every floor, but up there you can go down a water slide where you're leaving the bar, going down a water slide that goes down 3 floors and then spits you out into Montego Bay. And there's a little ladder right there, and you climb right back up and you're right back in the bar. Kind of one of the features of that bar. Here's these Conan reprints. Also, the first time I was reading Barry Windsor Smith Conan was right here in these little color panels. They were actually pretty well done, you know. But this is how I first read all this early Conan stuff. Same time period. I'm about 11 or 12 or 13 when I'm reading all this. Here's Princess of Mars. This is the first copy and the first time that I read this book, probably about 14 or 15. I came into John Carter after reading a lot of Tarzan stuff and a lot of other Burroughs stuff, but my cousin was really into John Carter, and so he really was like pushing me, you need to read this John Carter book. Another one of this Conan series, reprints of the early Conan comics. Here's the first one. Edgar Rice Burroughs, Son of Tarzan. This is the first copy of Jungle Tales that I first read, and I always liked this cover because it reminded me of that, of like the movies, maybe that guy Mike Scott or something. It kind of looks just like out of one of those Tarzan movies from the 60s. Photorealistic, I guess. Number 4 of that Conan series. Number 6 of the Conan series. It's a nice cover for Tarzan the Untamed. Great color and really cool illustration. There's Carson of Venus. And then here's the Synthetic Men of Mars. This is the first copy of this book that I read. And I read this multiple times. I just really liked this one. I read it like 3 or 4 times. How you doing?
All right. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cool. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, that was the very first one.
Yep. 35 cents from Ballantine Books.
Yeah.
All Sergio. Really good. got a lot of reading. This particular copy was very popular. I read it many times, and my friends would always gravitate towards this when they were in my room, right? This is my favorite covers. I love this cover right here. Dirty Old Mad. I love this painted detail. Greasy Mad stuff. Might have been the very first one I got. This is another one. Helen Mad. Let me know anytime you're ready to go back, okay?
Oh yeah, I guess I can show you what I've been doing. Let's see here. Boy, how do I do this? I had stuff scattered all over these machines, so I was moving stuff. So Royal Flush, Tropicana,
Nice.
Aqua Cave. This is what happens. I've got all this stuff, and some of it's pretty interesting, and I'm trying to organize it. There's a little promotional thing for Ghidra, the three-headed monster.
That's cool. That looks great.
This is a 3D poster that was in Dynamite magazine, and it's they're trying to do it trying to do it Kirby style.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I don't know what issue it was in. It was after they started coming up with their own characters. Here's another one from Dynamite. This is a werewolf 3D poster. My phone's already showing you that it's low on. Let me get you plugged in again.
Hey, I really did get a Mexican Coke this morning.
Did you?
It says no retornable on it. Instead of no return, it says no retornable.
Yeah.
Hecho in Mexico. I'm going to open it right now, and I'm going to use my Jamaican bottle opener.
Yeah, I went to get some of those Dr. Peppers like I had yesterday, and they were sold out of them.
See if it makes any sound.
But, they're sold out of them.
Ooh.
The regular Dr. Peppers. But,
smells so good.
Okay, what do we got here? Some sheet music. I need to take. The lighting is not working. Let's see. Maybe I need to take this stuff elsewhere and show it to you. I think that might let me put together a stack of this stuff, and I'll show it to you upstairs. That's the way to do it. What is this? Oh, look. This is a Night Tiger poster that he sent me. Some of his artwork. Let me get that.
Oh, that's very cool. That's great. You know, I like his color, and I love how he uses up all the space. That's one of my favorite things. I love somebody who is an artist who has the huevos to just cover everything with color and with images, to use up all the paper and take the over.
Yeah, this is the basement. And there's a big mess down here, and I'm trying to turn it into like a vintage arcade, but there's stuff all over the machines. It's the first time I've turned them on in a long time. And so there were a bunch of books that I'm taking upstairs to put in that closet where I've been putting books. Let me turn off the power. And then I'll head up. This is I have a bunch of stuff in here. I'm starting to find a lot of the original pages from the magazines I used to do, so I could, in theory, reprint some of them.
The place looks great, man. It really looks nice. I really like that King Arthur's castle.
Like it. This is
You know,
Myers
that's
sent me this Hulk here.
the Allosaurus monster. Is that what that was? Or the Allosaurus model? Oh, I really like that Hulk. That's
Yeah,
why I
the
sent you.
Allosaurus. Right.
I sent you that Hulk because I came across it and it was just such a great Hulk figure to me. So I sent you one and I sent my son Simon one because I just wanted to share it with people who I knew would appreciate it because it's such a cool figure. And there's something on the way too. There's a belated birthday present on the way to you, Gratu. It should be there sometime this week, probably by Thursday. It's an action figure because I didn't really get you anything for your birthday. And we lost you. I don't know if you can hear me or if the
I just had
audience
to
can hear
empty the
me.
dehumidifier for the first time.
Okay.
During the winter, it runs all the time, but I never have to empty it. But once I guess this is about the time of year where I have to empty it once or twice a day down here. That's something I didn't really ever deal with. That wasn't something you ever thought about in Texas. Of course, you don't have basements in Texas, at least not in the part of Texas I lived in. This is, I really think this from Toy Story was based on the Aurora Allosaurus.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive of that. So I was
Yeah, I
going to go
agree.
put that with the Aurora Allosaurus. That was one of my missions.
Side quest.
Okay, so I'm got the elevator loaded up with books and stuff that I'm gonna take upstairs. Okay.
You know, this Mexican Coca-Cola I'm drinking tastes like 3 Coca-Colas jammed into one bottle with like a third of the water. It's like concentrated 3 Coca-Colas concentrated into the bottle of one. It's kind of how I would describe it. Near intoxicating. Great shot. Really good shot. Have you thought about finishing or hanging anything in here?
I can't hear anything right now. I'll hear in a minute.
All right.
That's the level we're going up to where the okay. now I'll be able to hear. What were you trying? What were you saying?
I was saying, asking if you had thought of finishing or hanging anything in the elevator shaft that may make it reminiscent to the expanding room at the entrance of the Haunted Mansion in Disneyland, where
Well, they
there's
just have like that
posters.
insulation. Now, what to put over that? I don't know how to do that. If someone
Yeah, I
knows
guess
how
you'd
to
have to
do it
do
and could
like
show me.
paneling or drywall is what I would think, as thin as possible, depending on how much space you have in the gap between the platform and the shaft.
Yeah, I mean that would I would think that would be great. Yeah, I just don't know how to do it, but I'm not opposed to someone showing me how. Uh, I think it would be great. Yeah, it looks kind of shitty with all the insulation, right?
Well, I was just thinking of,
Um,
optimizing the house for more wall space. I was thinking of really is what I was thinking
oh
of was,
yeah, as far as
yeah,
posters and things, yeah,
yeah,
right,
yeah, yeah.
right, yeah. I've thought about it, but I don't.
It was a really cool shot looking up the elevator shaft and going up the elevator. And if you had, and I know you have more posters and more stuff to hang on the
Oh
wall,
yeah,
so it would look cool
I
in there
should
as
probably
well.
have a skeleton dangling at the top or something. Um, let's see, what have I found here? Some kind of Darth Vader ring. This is a Wonder Woman. Okay, this is a flyer for the Davy Allen and the Heroes CD release. That needs it's just stuff I save. Let me get this light on. I can show some of this stuff better. Some of this stuff I'm trying to put into folders in filing cabinets, but just it's never enough time to get everything done. And I just remembered I'm recording music downstairs. I probably need to go shut that off. Um, Here's some sheet music. Songs that are lost to time, but if you know how to play the piano, you could recreate them. Um,
There's probably
what is
somebody on
this?
YouTube who does just that. There's probably someone on YouTube who plays old sheet music.
This
I
someone
know there's a
wrote
really
Ray
good. Have you seen
Bradbury,
that?
the man in the ice cream suit, a medicine for melancholy on the back of an AT&T envelope. It's not my handwriting.
Have you seen that the 1920s channel? It's a pretty good channel. This guy that just does everything 1920s, and he's a young guy.
No,
And he kind of it's a
I
like
might
really
have, but the one I really
good.
like is called Atticus Jazz, and
Oh, that is a
he
great
has
channel.
all this great
Yeah.
music from the 20s with kind of like French postcards used as the background.
Yes, I learned about that channel from you, and I subscribe. It's a great channel. Oh, that's
There's a
cool.
cool.
That should be framed.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be framed. Um, Here's another one of those old car traders. I never threw these things away.
I bet Paula would love to look through those and look at the prices and the cars. You'd probably trip out.
This is
But at
February
least
2008. So to me, that's brand new. Yeah. This was what I wanted to look at. This folder here is from about 1974. It says comic books and magazines, and it's got a Peter Payne wacky package sticker on it. That's my drawing, but I think it's the Coke Comics Group. That was the name of the group that made comics at my school. There's some more wacky packages stuff, but it looks like this doesn't have my artwork in it, but it has this friend of mine named Sammy's artwork, who, yeah, so this is a third, fourth grader. He was really good. This is like Mad Magazine style stuff. His father was an older guy, and his mother was Japanese, so he was part Japanese. And this, yeah, this is some of his artwork. I sent him a friend request and it never a response. So I don't know, maybe this is one of the comics or magazines he put out. It's Problons.
Okay.
This is little jokes. Gloomlight.
He has an interesting style, very dry. You know, just his art
Watergate.
is very dry. It's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if this is supposed to have what it just says bugs and it's literally bugs. I don't know. Unless
Kind
that
of
was a reference. Oh, maybe it's a reference to Watergate on the previous page.
Oh yeah, it's kind of B. Cliben like, right? The guy that did Cat, Cliben.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if he didn't copy these from a book, but you know, I before I give him full credit, but I don't know. It looks this is pretty much his style. This is like a kid in third, fourth grade. This is like
Yeah,
circa. I'd say this is circa about 74.
yeah, I'd say that is totally his style, and it is probably influenced by the Electric Company or Sesame Street or something.
Yeah, a lot of things. Here's an illustration he did of Dick Tracy.
That's really good. It's really
This
good.
one is really good as well.
Oh wow,
Look at that.
that's great.
So I saved this artwork.
That werewolf would look great blown up. Like that could be really cool. Like I mean 8x10 or something.
Yeah, I think it could. This here, I think
It's all
he was
cool.
looking at an Alice in Wonderland book when he drew this.
Oh wow. It would be
Um,
cool if you republished this stuff, like the way that Horror Mike is doing.
yeah, this one, interesting. This is my handwriting, but I think the drawing was done by the Don Martin caveman was not done by me, but that's my handwriting. Club magazine, buy it or I will bash your head. Interview with cavemen and muggers. So I guess that's an attempt to do a wacky package. This is the friend of mine. Yeah, I mean, some of this is clearly, you know, this is him. This is right from the EC Mad.
It's cool.
There's a raid ad. It says R is for roaches that are stinky. A is for the ants just as creepy. I is for the insects in the kitchen. D is for delicious foods. RAID, raid. Raid, yikes.
Gross out humor.
Attention, bloodhounds, become a donner. And there's a bloodhound vampire. It says, by Sammy.
About cannibalism, right? Is that about the Donner Party?
Yeah.
You know, the place where I'm moving, Ratu, is very close to where the Donner Party ate each other. I mean, it's very close, that little town where I'm moving into.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. It's like, I don't know, probably 60 miles from there. That's a beautiful drawing. Hold that back up. I love it. I want to see it more.
Yeah. Are the winters are that bad there?
What's that, or the what?
Are the winters pretty bad in that town?
Yeah. East of there is Donner Pass, which is where they all got stuck. Just about an hour east of where I'm moving is the Donner Pass.
Oh, someone is drowning in my iced tea. So this is the only way you can really tell it was done by a little kid is, he misspelled sugar.
Huh.
Oh, look at that. This is something I did. It looks like I took one of those eye stickers and put it on the Wile E. Coyote. This is his original art.
Cool. This is great. Yeah, this is really good. This would look so cool. The Gratu Army coloring book. If you took some of these illustrations and blew them up larger and made them like coloring book pages. You understand what I'm saying? It might be cool.
Yeah. Here is
I would buy
a Thor parody. It's the Mighty Snore album.
I would
And it
contribute some
says,
drawings to
special.
it if you would accept them.
Now this is interesting because, okay, that's my handwriting, but that's not my drawings. So this is one of those collaborations done with the Marvel method, right? It's definitely my handwriting at the bottom, but I think
Right.
maybe my friend Sammy drew that. And inside, all of these things were drawn by him. I've got all my artwork too, but I must have kept just his artwork in this one folder. Oh yeah, there's a streaker. That's the type tattoo someone would get that just doesn't give a streaker with a skull face. This is 30 cents. It's a dog's comic book. It's just, I don't know if I want to show every page, but let's see if he did beagles. Oh, there's a Spitz.
That's great. It looks like
Maybe I should show every page. It is
looks
pretty
kind of
good.
like
But
Thurber.
I
Looks like
just don't know if he's stealing ideas from somewhere. I can't guarantee
that spit looked like something that
Maybe
James
German
Thurber would do,
Shepherd's got a
right?
German. Yeah. Greyhound. He's painted himself gray, looks like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this guy's big and up in the San Antonio school district now. You think he's a master of curriculum or something. It's a Saint Bernard, Great Dane.
You think he's okay with us, showing his copyrighted work like this on the internet for the world to see, and then possibly publishing it in a coloring book format? Would he be okay with that, or would he come after us with high-priced lawyers?
I haven't talked to that guy since 1975, man.
I'm just joking.
I guess he probably remembers me.
I'm just kidding.
No, I don't.
Funny though.
There's the Spitz I already showed you, the boxer. Bulldog, yeah, I always Boston Terrier. I wonder if he's going to do a beagle.
That was cool. That Boston Terrier was cool.
Doberman Pinscher, yeah, he's pinching someone. No, I think this
Boston
stuff
Terrier
is original.
strangling someone like Tony Curtis? Was the Boston Terrier strangling someone like Tony Curtis with a nylon?
No, he's tearing up like a piece of paper or a magazine.
Oh, he's tearing. I was hoping he was strangling someone because he kind of looks like evil, like Tony Curtis with a nylon, wrapped around someone's throat in the Boston Strangler. Great movie, by the way.
Yeah. Oh no, there's a wolf leaning up against the pole watching girls go by.
He
and
looks like
it says, "Guess who?"
Bear
I guess that's
like
maybe
Bear
Snoopy.
From Starsky and Hutch.
This is the front cover of something that looks. This guy looks like he's from the early Mad. There's a guy with an eye for a head.
That's really great.
Yeah, this one, yeah, he did these little things that kind of like you'd see in Mad Magazine. That little, he was great.
Yeah, that's really cool.
This one is my art, and it's a wacky package. It's instead of Borden, it's Lizzie Borden, milk blood flavored, which is actually a good idea, but I don't think they ever would have done it. Free axe inside, it says. 1 gallon of blood and bones. I don't know how.
I think it's a good idea that they don't even do now.
Yeah, maybe it's a good idea for like the way the market is now with the kind of R-rated wacky packages. But back then they would have been pilloried for something like that. This is his artwork. It's Uncle Sam. Here's one. Guts is lovely. The guy exploding. Here's the Invisible Man dancing. This might have been another friend of mine. This might have been done by a guy named Mark. That looks like different art style. Yeah, that's not my art. This is copied right out of Mad.
Oh.
It's another one by Sammy. This one looks like it was copied out of some humor magazine, the streaking one. Here's a good dinosaur, the blood everywhere.
That's great. That was really good.
This looks like it was copied out of some book, at least the idea. This looks original here. It's a Captain Marvel thing saying, uh-oh, a robbery. So he says Shazam, and lightning strikes him, and he's turned into a pile of ashes. And this is good. This reminds me of those Maniacs t-shirt transfers that it's like, look at this. What has he got here? I'm on light. Dracula, Iceman, Ironhead, Thin Man, Cobra Lady, Cyclops, Mummy. What does that say? Ray Eye. I guess that's supposed to be Cyclops from the X-Men. He didn't know the
Floating
name.
heads. It's like it's a mask.
Yeah, Frankenstein. Spoof was a character that in Kooky Cat. Spoof and Kooky Cat were characters we did in our comics. There's the Crept woman, and there's Phantom, and then the Green Giant and Big Mouth.
Okay.
Oh, do you remember these stickers? I had several of these stickers. One was on my dresser as a kid. These POWs never have a nice day. Do you remember those stickers?
Yes.
It's
Yes,
so
I do. I
70s
remember
with
that
the-
exact sticker. Yeah, I had that sticker.
Yeah. And then here's an Entertainment Weekly. Just looking at this cover, you would have thought, man, that's going to be a great movie. Here's a flyer for the Subgenius book. I got it at the bookstore when that was coming out. There's a flyer for Hank Ballard and the Midnighters, but it's not from the old days. It's from Antone's in Austin. I printed this from the internet. This is a bedspread for a children's bed you could have gotten back in the 60s. And this is something I could actually frame. I printed it when I had access to a nice printer. It's a rock and roll and monsters thing. You got the monotones, the Book of Love, and then you got Frankenstein and Igor. In fact, I need to frame this like immediately. And then you get to see the werewolf on screen after. What? So basically, you got Zachary, who was also called Roland, and Frankie Avalon. This may have been the ultimate. That's better. This to me is better than Woodstock. Shit.
Hey, you're freezing up a lot. I don't know if something has happened, if you've moved a wire or something, but you're freezing a lot on my end.
Yeah, well, I'm probably freezing on everybody's end. So let me see what I can do
you're
about
kind of
that.
pixelated.
Let me try to get out and come back in then.
Yeah, you're not at 100%.
You take over for a little bit.
All right. Hey guys. Let me see what I can find. Hold on. we can look at more books, but let's look at some action figures. I'm actually plugged in and charging myself, but we can unplug because I'm at 67%. Let's look at some I guess some vintage stuff that's over here. These are kind of cool. Oh, he's back. Almost back. Can you hear me okay?
I guess I'm back.
Go ahead and
Do I sound any better? I
Yeah,
can
you
hear
sound
you.
good, but you're frozen. You're frozen. Keep talking and keep moving.
That's an awesome idea, Meyer. John Gora said, didn't Famous Monsters have ads for Gotham City Comics? Says, I'd take that werewolf on a t-shirt. I got some really funky Universal Monster socks from the store, very Warholian. I like the spiky lounge chair. Am I still freezing?
No, you're good to go. You're good to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you just froze again.
All right. I did. Shit. Let me make sure why.
Say you're frozen again. Well, maybe he'll be back any second. We were going to look at some Western action figures from the 1960s and 1970s, put up by Mark's Toys, called the Mark's Best of the West line. That first one that I was going to show you guys is named Jay West. What's kind of remarkable about this toy is this is a toy, an action figure of a kid, marketed and sold to a kid, that comes with a rifle, comes with a 6-shooter, and he comes with a Bowie knife. Comes with all these weapons and equipment, you know, that a young cowboy would need. But of course, they would never sell a toy like this to kids nowadays that came with all this stuff. And so this kid is a part of an entire family called the Wests. There's Johnny West, Jane West. There's a couple of daughters that are twins. I always forget their names and get them mixed up. Here's the mom, Jane West. She looks like Kim Novak to me. Very shapely Western woman. Also comes fully equipped with weaponry. Here's the dad, Johnny West. You might have seen in the earlier portion of the video, I have this huge collection of plastic horses. All of those horses align with all of these figures. All the figures have horses that match up with them. There's like 25 different horse variations and stuff. This is Chief Cherokee, one of the Indian figures that are great. My favorite portion of the line are the Indians. There's some great ones. During the same time period, Marx was also making a soldier figure that also used the same head sculpt as Johnny West. But this guy was a paratrooper. His name was Sergeant Stoney Smith. Comes with a parachute. Came with a bunch of different weapons. Rifle, BAR, 45, bayonet, a couple different helmets. You ready, Gratu? Is he gone or is he coming back? Right now, we're just setting figures back up, hoping that they're not going to fall over. Getting real close. Okay, what else? This guy, figure from the 1970s that was like a knockoff of the $6 Million Man. His name was Pulsar. This thing opens up here with Velcro. And then he's got this clear chest, and you push this button on his back and his lungs inflate. And if he wasn't all dried up, there'd be blood that would go through these little circulatory system there. Pulsar. Okay, you ready to come back?
Yeah, let's see if I'm any clearer. Let's see.
Hey, you look good.
Oh, good. Okay, well, let's see. Oh, this is a promotion for that movie AI that they sent to teachers so they could teach lessons about it and make it part of their curriculum. That's real tricky, isn't it? Let's see. Here's looks like I picked up a whole bunch of copies of this flyer for the residents playing with Snake Finger Friday, February 14th at the Arcadia Theater in Dallas. It was an old movie theater. This is a flyer for a party that I designed. This is another one. Those should be put down here. Okay. This is T-Tex Edwards and the Swingin' Cornflake Killers. I'm sure you can listen to their music on YouTube. Let's see. I've got a bunch of files here. Let's see if any of these things can go into these files. This one says Comic Con flyers. This is some flyer from 2004. It looks like a boring convention with a bunch of Star Trek The Next Generation people that nobody cares about. This says comic book art. So all I have is this, which is a perfect, perfect image of that. That could be used as a coloring page. These are flyers from the Granada Theater, which was the ultimate repertory movie house. That's from the 80s. This says movie ads. So these are reproductions of movie ads for. I got a bunch of copies of some of these, like a bunch of copies of Taurus Bulba and Dr. No. Yeah, I'll show you what else. This one's labeled vintage ads. Okay. This one's just labeled artwork. Oh, wow. This was, I wonder if the original art still survives. John Michael McCarthy, the cartoonist, he was on one time when I substituted for Mike on Four Color Fossils. He came on as a guest, and I talked with him for hours, so it was a really long one. After everyone had shown, we kept talking after everyone else left. He's done movies, but he used to be working comics. Then he moved on to just doing movies because it's a lot easier and it's not as solitary a thing. He did this artwork for Joe Riley, the Hypnotic Eye guy. And I made a copy of it. And I don't know if the original artwork survives, because I did hear that a lot of Joe's stuff after he passed away was just chunked in a dumpster. But this is a really nice piece, Hot Rod Bubblegum Starlet. And it's to Joe, John, Michael. I had to make a copy of it when, I
That's
saw
great.
that.
Beautiful. That's amazing.
Huh?
That's amazing. That's beautiful. That's a really nice piece.
That's why, it's like, I've got to have a copy of that, Joe. It's like, here's another one I made.
Wow.
This was being sold on eBay at that time. It was a $76 bid. This is what date is this? January 13th, 2000. But this was Vampire. For a while, she was doing artwork there, selling it on eBay, doing self-portraits and things. So I made a copy of that.
What's her name? Mira Naomi or something? Say it. What's her name?
Mela Nurmi.
Mila Nurmi.
I think I'm pronouncing it right. This one is, there's a book called TV Sets. And this guy is an architect, and he was a big fan of old TV shows also. And he watched all these shows and drew working blueprints. So you could live in the Brady Bunch, you could build the Brady Bunch house, the Addams Family house, the Munsters house. He drew all of Gilligan's Island, every house you could think of from the old sitcoms. And he would watch and he would see how things were laid out. And then he would, they may have never shown the bathrooms, but he'd figure out, okay, this might be where the bathrooms would be. And even though the houses never really existed, they were just sets. Like this one is a detailed, I copied it from the book. It's called TV Sets. I'll find it one of these days on one of these shelves, and or you could just Google it. But this is the Addams Family's house, and it's just in great detail. Hold on, let me get this light where it'll shine. I don't know how well this is doing. Anyway, trust me, if you win the lottery, you could build this house. So
that needs to be in that coloring book. I didn't know that existed. I didn't know that was a thing. I wish that somebody made miniatures of this stuff.
I'm sure someone could do it. Here's when the internet was a new thing and you could just print right off the internet. I was always press and print, printing Frazetta, John Carter stuff. This was in Castle of Frankenstein, I think. This cool Reed Crandall illustration of from Edgar Rice Burroughs. This is his illustration for John. What? Oh, okay. They apparently printed it in an earlier issue in a negative form. And then they said a bunch of readers wanted them to reverse it to show it this way. So that's what that is. And then this is illustrations for the Monster Men, the Burroughs book, and then there's some John Carter stuff at the bottom. This is the old Castle of Frankenstein. I just copied this out of one of my old issues.
Monster Man is kind of like a Dr. Moreau type story where there's like a mad scientist on an island and he's making like clones or like artificial humans or something.
This is the cover of the magazine I used to put out. This is March 1992.
Oh, looks great. Really good.
You got Red Cross, the Addams Family, the Cramps, Robert Tilton. Then it looks like I printed a bunch of eBay stuff, stuff that's being sold on eBay.
Don't let Drew get a hold of that sophisticate. I'm going to stop sending you anything green from here on out. Now that I know about Drew and how much
Oh
he
yeah,
loves greens.
this is April 7th, 2006 from MySpace. Gratu Orloff. And Gratu Orloff was this little Martian guy. I used the Big Daddy Roth Martian, it was called Scuzzfink, I believe. And the translators on the internet back in 2006 were not as good as they are today. So in order to have Gratu speak in broken English, because he's from Mars, because that's what the character I was portraying on MySpace, because I didn't trust the internet. I'd be a fake person on there. I would write it in English, and then I would translate it into Spanish, and then I translate that Spanish back into English just to get it. Then the translator would garble it. You have two chances to garble it. And so I don't know if I can read this. So this is the entry. I mean, I could read it. I mean, I don't know if I can read it on a family program. It says Friday, April 7th, 2006. Hello, current mood, cheerful. And it says, I am the gold god, the brightness, the great world Gratu, destroyer to bringer of the death, alive in a cave and roofing tiles, and where I am drawing up to the destruction of this world shitty, pathetic, this planet of the foam, the sweepings, and the degenerated immundicia subhuman. Hatred 95% of all the human beings in this excrement planet of the mother of, I can't, there's some cursing in here. You think that you are hip, not you? You foam of emo that takes? Tom and its messages subhuman of my space of, it keeps cursing. This one is all the absurd one. He is ridiculous and asinine. I will give return to all the human beings. So, is this even funny? Anyway, you get the idea. That's the old days. That's in a file labeled Gratu. Here is here's a copy of the Ramones set list. This was what they would have on the floor while they're performing, so they know what song to play next. So this is their, this is from my friend. That this is a copy of the original that my friend had, who made videos, 2 videos for the Ramones. This, I think, is supposed to be put on a refrigerator to encourage you not to, I don't think so, pal, Beetlejuice. So that's back in the good old days when Howard Stern was funny and Beetlejuice was on there. Those were glorious days. I think I had a crush on Lucy Lawless, Xena, back then. This is a picture of Meg White of the White Stripes, There's all kinds of stuff in here. There's Fay Ray. This was a picture taken, I think maybe Roger Corman briefly had the rights to Spider-Man. I could be wrong, but this was, like showing their version of how it would look. This is very much right out of the Steve Ditko days, the split version. But anyway, the movie was obviously never made. Just a little photo to show what it could be like. Here's a John E. Goris file that I need to add to. I was wondering where this file is, because every time I get stuff from him, I keep it all together. These says, bleed your death upon me. This stuff's great. All these promotions for Ghost Tank. This is great because you can completely see what it originally was, a priority mail sticker. He didn't. How many
Brilliant.
in his town? He must be a wanted criminal for stealing those. I need to be quiet. I shouldn't. This one's
It's
great.
brilliant.
It has great colors. I love the yellow and the red.
With John's permission, he would be a great artist for the coloring book. Great,
You imagine? I
we could
would.
have all
Can
kinds
you
of people
imagine a ghost
contributing.
tank comic book?
A lot of people
The
could
amount of
contribute.
time that he
Fives is an
spends
illustrator.
doing
Fives
all
could
these stickers. All these stickers that, if you could just think each one of these is like a comic book panel, he could have done a whole bunch of comic books, like have a whole graphic novel that would be one of the greatest things in the history of comics.
100%. He has, well, he has an archive of work that he has created that I've seen in some of his videos. It's amazing.
This video, Another 100 Skulls, is one of the funniest things. My wife and I laughed so hard when we watched it, and she told all her friends about it. She must have gotten him at least 100 views for this video. You got to watch this. John Goris, Another 100 Skulls. This is when, I guess, when he first put the video up. He was making these promo stickers for it. So. And look at this. And then he sends a letter. This is just some drawing on the back. This is when he was commissioning me to do a painting, but the stuff he does is better than the paintings I don't know, but look at this, man. You imagine reading a comic book with art like that?
Amazing.
We ought to do a comic. All the people that, the 15 people watching, kind of like a gang, like a Gratu army. I'm sure there's more than a few of you guys that can draw. We should put together like a comic, take over the industry. We'll be better than all these people, doing their little, I don't know, fundraisers. Let's see. I'm just laughing that the Postal Service printed the sticker for him to turn it into this. I don't know why I find it so funny, but it's like, this is the ultimate punk rock, man. F you, post office. This is what I'm going to do with your stickers. I keep it all, man. Keep it all safe, man. So
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I would be down to contribute.
These are just on little index cards, these things.
Yeah, I'll contribute to anything you come up with. I'm into it. I'm down.
You imagine?
Oh, that's great.
I kind of wish I'd never, all this stuff, alternate timelines. But if I had stayed in San Antonio, I wonder, if my father didn't get orders to move to Washington State in 1975, and I had remained friends with that guy that did all that artwork, and my other friend Mark, and the other guys, and if I'd gone on to high school, junior high and high school with them, and I'm wondering if I had stayed in San Antonio, well, I'd probably be even fatter because the Frontier Burger. But I'm sure at some point I would have met the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills, and would I still be doing this YouTube thing? You just don't know. If I had done that, see, would I have still met Cleo? Well, Cleo I met through the internet, and she was in Houston, so maybe I could have still met. I don't know. I'm just thinking all these possibilities, but why am I thinking that? Well, it's just because, there were some really talented people. We were working together as artists, creating these homemade comic books in third and fourth grade. And I guess that's what I'm thinking is what if I had stayed with those guys and what could we have done? That kind of stuff. Let's see what people are saying here. Ghost Tank Rules says Missing Mars. Gotham City. I just bought that TV Sets Blueprint book. Thanks for letting me know about that. We went right on Amazon or eBay. Did you get it on Amazon or eBay? Could you tell us the author of that?
There it is. Sorry.
Could you tell us the author of that book so people can find it? Because I'm sure there's lots of copies of it out there. Oh, let's see. This is, I made a painting of this once. I no longer have the painting from this little photo. I have another version of it, but oh, look at this movie flyer for the Forum 303 Mall that I talk a lot about. These are all the midnight movies that would play there. This is probably from about when I was a senior in high school. I think all these movies had come out by then. Yeah, a lot of the movies of 1982, but usually they always had Rocky Horror Picture Show and they always had Dawn of the Dead. They were there every weekend. And then the other movies ranged. These are more mainstream movies. Usually they would have The Song Remains the Same, the Led Zeppelin movie. They would have heavy metal. They ran Flesh Gordon for a while after the movie, the mainstream movie came out. They ran Flesh Gordon, or maybe that was later. I don't know. It was that was fun to go to the midnight movies at that place.
Same type lineup at the place in my town. Almost the exact same lineup you just said.
Yeah.
And then Monday through Friday, they would show like art house pictures. And it would be like, independent movies and not a lot of first run stuff. It was like a hippie type movie theater. Ours was.
Yeah. Here's some old punk rock flyers. Not anybody famous, but I would always save these flyers when I pick them up at record stores. This would all be Dallas stuff. Trees was a club in Deep Ellum, and I guess they called it Trees because they had these big poles in this old warehouse that kind of look like trees, I guess. They used one of those men's adventure magazine covers. Trees. My goodness, what is this garbage? Oh, this is just a blank book that I could imagine what John Goris could do with that. What is this? Oh, I must have gotten this free at a comic store. I don't know anything about when this was from. 2014. Were comics terrible in 2014? Probably. The artwork doesn't look terrible. Who's this guy Land? Is that a artist that people respect? And then I guess this is when they made the Falcon Captain America, which I guess is what they're doing in the movies now. So Big Brother is watching you sign. I need to put up right next to the computer here. This is the way I would take notes. Let me make sure I can show this. This is the agenda, day one. And I try to keep myself awake, I'd be drawing stuff. I'm sure it's all clean because just in case someone sitting next to me saw it. This
is awesome.
Bag of data gab. I would always draw gorillas while people were talking.
Yeah, so I can only speak for myself, but these are the kind of illustrations I would like to see highlighted in a new sophisticate in like a the zine format with other artists contributing, kind of like an anthology of sorts of doodles.
Yes.
and
See, I'm writing
creation.
down that I need to go to, that Costco has the Filmation Batman and Superman. So that was important. And something about Tarzan and the Lost in Space robot and the
Wow.
ringtone. I don't know what that's about.
I think people
Uh,
want to see this. People deserve to see this. It shouldn't just be put back in a box and filed away. This should be shared with the masses. That's a really
well, that's kind of what I'm
beautiful
doing
piece.
now, but
It
there's
really is a complete
TV
piece.
playing the Howdy Doody show. um,
I'm not just blowing smoke. I'm serious. I think this is cool stuff. I mean,
that says impact, establish, empower. I'm taking notes on the BS they're saying. What does that say? Empowering family and community to create and empower future leaders. It's just a bunch of garbage. And I'm drawing that. Agenda for today, it says. Oh, wow, I went nuts on the back of this one. It's just, it says Disney Zorro.
Wow.
And so that means that the Zorro theme was going in my head at the time. And then I it's just complete.
Holy smoke. And this is
That
all
shows
completely
how
drug free.
badly I was trying to stay awake so I didn't fall asleep in this day-long seminar that I was being forced to go to.
That's what you're doing. Someone is
Yeah,
talking. The teacher's talking the whole time that you're doing that. You think?
yeah, but it looks like I'm taking fastidious notes, you see. Yeah, yep. I got everything. I got, like, what is this, man? This is when my beagle Daisy got a rabies vaccine. It says she was 14 years 9 months. I'm not sure how exactly they knew that, but anyway.
Carbon dating or
Yeah, because when I adopted her, they had just said 6 years old, but I don't know how they knew that, because I guess they were guessing by the teeth or something. But,
yeah.
so I guess they went by that. I don't know. So, I was gonna show this. This is T-Tex Edwards did country music. Well, he was a punk rock guy. He was in the Nerve Breakers that opened for the Sex Pistols in Dallas when they came through and played at the Longhorn Ballroom. But he started doing this country music, and he was he only did, with the Swingin' Cornflake Killers, he only did songs about killing people. So they were all murder country songs, and this was I remember that was on the one. I'm sure it's got to be on YouTube, because everything's on YouTube. So this is a flyer for that. And when I was breaking up earlier, I don't know if this was viewable, and it's just the fact that it's a rock and shock spooktacular, and I've got to frame this immediately. Only frames I can get are, though, at Dollar General here in town. I'd have to drive somewhere else, maybe to Walmart, but that's a good drive. It's just that you've got Frankenstein and Igor in the Monotones, Book of Love. You got Bobby Darin. You've got like this is like, and then they're playing a movie, The Werewolf. It says on stage in person, and that's Zachary and that's Frank. I mean, at first I thought, well, they're showing film of these bands playing, but this is making it seem like so what I was trying to say is that this is, like, to me, as important as Woodstock. When you combine the monsters with the rock and roll, it's great. And let's see, there's this kind of stuff I need to find. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. I think we already read that. Gotham City says, oh, okay. The book is called TV Sets, Fantasy Blueprints of Classic TV Homes by Mark Bennett. Yeah. Here's another flyer. This is TSOL any good? I don't know. I've heard people talk about them. But anyway, it's a little flyer, vintage punk rock.
They were popular when I was in high school.
Yeah, I've seems like Cleo was talking about them. I blew up this ad from Famous Monsters for the Frankenstein belt.
That's cool.
It's
That's
just
great.
my goal was to frame that, but then I got distracted by moving and all of that. And this picture I have framed in the kitchen.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It's an
That is
excellent
so
thing
good.
to have framed in the kitchen. And this is another picture I guess I had planned to frame. And then this,
Wow.
I want you to help me destroy all monsters. You know, the ones currently running this country.
Oh,
This
that's
is
great.
It's very apropos of today, right? Hey, look at this grand opening of a toy store called that.
Again,
Yeah. I didn't want to say it because it sounds bad. $6.97 for the Action Stallion. And that's just there's the treehouse there.
yeah, I got that for Christmas. That probably that same year, or a
Yeah,
year
yeah,
before that or something. But
yeah.
it's great.
It's
Love it.
I've got it in the other room. I put it back together. There were pieces everywhere, and I mostly put it back together, but not 100%. Yeah, this wasn't like anything that was ever shown in Planet of the Apes. I mean, they had tree houses in Battle for the Planet of the Apes, but they didn't look anything like that. And it turns out that was just what they used for Action Jackson and for what was the girl doll they had? Dawn, was it Dawn or Misty or something? There was a little girl. Before, that was her like Barbie treehouse or whatever. Oh, they didn't hardly even change it at all. Um, that's okay. Oh, this is the Night Tiger art.
There were disappointments, not everybody's childhood can be perfect. Sometimes it's a disappointment, but at the same time, you just wanted to say Planet of the Apes and you just completely tie it in
Yeah.
with Planet of the Apes. So it doesn't
I
affect you
wasn't
that.
disappointed. Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong, I loved it, but when I look at it, I realize this is kind of a ripoff, but I still loved it because yes, exactly, because it was official Planet of the Apes. I was a loyal soldier. It says Planet of the Apes. I love it. This is Night Tiger art, and that reminds me, he sent me a package, so I probably will get that maybe tomorrow.
That's
So
really cool. I really like this. It's really good. Wow.
yeah, I mean, he should get some of that art. He's got all that artwork. It'll be so easy just to get it published. It's got to be better than the stuff
Here's
coming
another
out.
potential contributor to the Gratu coloring book right there.
Yeah, we ought to do our own comic book. I mean, it's feasible
Number
to do. I mean, it's not right now because who knows what I'm going to have to pay for my windshield issue.
Just something to think about in the future that we could talk about that would be fun to do.
Yeah,
It's an idea.
yeah. Oh my gosh.
There's so much cool stuff that I hate to think that the only chance we're going to get to see it is in this video, when it would be neat if it was in like a zine format.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I just figure everybody doodles when they're in meetings at work. But oh boy. Yeah, Cleo was going to work today, but she wasn't feeling well when she woke up. So I think she's asleep right now.
I think today is like my last official complete, like just kind of partway lazy day. And tomorrow I'm going to move full bore and see what I can do, like in a straight month of work on this whole place, and get it pared down and packed up and get ready to move to the mountains. what I'm thinking.
Oh, so you're getting back like what you started it, and then you started packing to move, and then you
Two
found out you were
times.
going to stay,
Two
and
times in the
then
last 4 years, I've been completely packed and ready to move. And right now I'm halfway unpacked, so I don't have that much more to do. Because I was just going to move this time
yeah,
last year, but this time it's definite,
yeah.
and I'm going to be gone by either the beginning of August or the end of August. So right around 3 or 4 months time. And I want to see what I can do in a month's time right now.
Are there? You've looked at what the price range is in this town
Yeah.
you're moving
Yeah.
to,
I have.
and there's plenty of places available.
Yes, there are.
Oh, that'll be great. Because imagine the videos that you will be able to create as you pack and as you unpack. They'll be
Right.
amazing.
I'm looking to be within walking distance of that little downtown that I showed in that video. And in Christmas time, the place is going to be completely done up with lights and decorations, and there will be snow on the ground. It will be beautiful, and I'm really looking forward to seeing
Yeah.
that.
That's not what you're used to, snow.
No, not at
Is
all.
there a
It's been
comic
years since
store in that? There is a comic
it's been
store.
since
Yeah,
I
I
was a
remember.
kid. I haven't lived in snow since I was a kid. I grew up a few years when I was a kid in elementary school and middle school in the Tahoe area, so I'm familiar with the winters, but I haven't lived there since I was a kid. But I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Well, that'll be good. Yeah, that'll be great.
Yeah, it's a complete change and switch up, but I'm looking forward to being in a small town atmosphere and being walking distance from my son and his work every day. You know what I mean? It's kind of, it feels good. He's completely acclimated. He's been in that town for 5 years, and he's right in there doing really well. So it's kind of cool. What's neat about it is it's not dissimilar from, how you're living, and then also how I've been living even here in the big city, in that everything is kind of within about a 1 mile radius, two mile radiuses. And in that little town, I can walk around everywhere. I can walk from like one end to the other in like a 20-minute video. It's kind of crazy in the downtown area where I'm living, where I'm going to be living.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool.
I
I'm
just see
looking
that
forward to it.
at the top of my phone. Dr. Silverage sent a message sending prayers my way and be safe. So that
Oh, yeah.
must be coming from Instagram. When I posted my wife took a screenshot of the message that appeared on our phones when the sirens went off on Friday night, and I put it on Instagram. He must have just posted that underneath it. If you're watching, Dr.
Right.
Silverage, thank you very much for that. Yeah, we're okay, but my car's not okay. I don't know, man. But it was all already totaled once for someone else coming in. Oh, that's a private message coming in. What is that? Private chat. The Centaur says hello. Okay, I don't know the Centaur, but hello. I guess private chat means you're not supposed to say it out loud. Maybe
Is
he's
that
trying to come in.
Yeah, is that person backstage?
Yes, he is actually. Okay, that's what he's trying to do. Okay, let's get you in here, Centaur. I don't know the Centaur. Add to stage. Hello,
Hello,
Centaur.
Gratu Orloff. How are you this fine day?
Okay. So where do you live, Centaur?
I have reports from the front.
Oh,
Okay.
this might be a member of the Gratu Army, like checking in from the front,
Could
like
be.
giving us a message.
Yeah.
Gratu,
The front.
Lord Gratu, I went to a Walmart in Texas.
Yeah.
It was filled with human beings. Not one of them spoke English or was a citizen of the United States. We are totally overrun. They're flying them in on swift flights into small towns now.
Yeah. Do you live in Texas?
No.
Yeah, I. So, are you part horse?
Absolutely yes.
So, being in the
That was my
Walmart,
question.
did that does that arrive? That seem to arrive?
Lord Gratu, the invading army will be at your location within months.
Yeah,
There's
well,
nowhere to hide.
yeah. Well,
Lord
that
Gratu,
could
there were
be.
Egyptians in the Walmart. Egyptians, man.
Well, they build very nice pyramids.
Kazakhstanians.
Well, what am I supposed to do about it, man? There's nothing that we can do about it, man.
There's nothing. We're completely invaded by
Yeah.
the prisons of the world. All of the BRICS nations are emptying their prisons into the southern border of the United States.
Yeah. You got any comic
Entire
books you
criminal
can show me?
cartels are coming
Distract
across.
us from- Well,
Not just criminals, entire organizations.
but they're just coming here for a better way of life, man. Don't
No,
you
they're
feel
coming
sorry
here
for
to
them?
take all of your stuff and slit your throat.
They don't want any of this stuff, man. Do they want a can of Coca-Cola? They could have it. Man. Are they going to want this telephone, or this isn't the type of phone I don't think that anyone would want today. So I think that they will skip this hotel.
Negative. They will not
They're not going to
skip
be able
the
to do
small
anything
towns.
with this little Aquaman figure. They don't want that. They don't even know who he is. It's like, why doesn't he have long hair like in the movie?
I've spoken with
I don't
some
know. I mean,
old
yeah, it's
contacts
bad.
in the Department of State, and they confided in me that at this time, there are now over 45 million invaders that have come across the border. The government is lying, saying it's 8 to 12 million. It's many, many times that,
I heard 47.
and growing every day. That people seem to think that the tide has been stemmed. It has increased in volume.
Yeah. Hey, what is you like comic books, man?
I like them, man.
Yeah. What's your favorite comic book? What comic book character do you like, man?
Gray.
Prey. Is that a Marvel character? That must be one of those newfangled Marvel characters.
No, it's a Japanese animation comic book.
Oh, I thought you were saying pray, like pray to save the country.
Grey. Gray.
Oh, I don't know anything about that stuff.
It's
man.
about a man who is stuck in a AI controlled world that pits human beings against one another, so they kill one another for a chance to move to the air quotes city,
Okay.
which is a better way of life. But he makes it,
So
and he finds out that no one has ever made it to the city. It's just all a way to get humanity to wipe one another out.
so you distract yourself with entertainment like that so you will forget about what's going on in the real world.
Except the real world has become the comic book.
Yeah, that
Oh,
sounds a little
yeah,
bit
yeah.
like Logan's Run. Sounds a little
It's
like Logan's
horrifying.
Run. And yeah, it's also very
I was thinking Logan's Run. Everything's very
predictive
dystopian
programming
nowadays.
as well, as the centaurs point out, that it's art imitating life, so to speak.
We're ruled by a cabal of psychopaths that want to eliminate the United States and its way of existing forever, and they're on the verge of succeeding.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
They're giving
It
these
seems very
people
nice.
free homes
Seems
now,
like a
free
nice-
brand new cars. And when they decide to turn off the money they give them, they're going to say it's because of citizens of the United States. and then those people will come and kill all the citizens of the United States.
Oh, I think that just sounds like a conspiracy theory, young man.
It is very much a
So,
conspiracy theory. Yes.
Do you like any American comic books, or you just like those foreigner comic books, man? What American comic books do you like?
I liked the Micronauts.
Okay, now we're talking.
Okay, all right.
Don't get
That was
me in
the
trouble
first-
with
yeah, it was
YouTube by
good.
talking about all this politically sensitive stuff.
It was a
man.
fantastic idea of micro interverse.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Dr. Soul Rage is what? Yes, I just saw your IG post. Glad to hear you folks weathered the storm. But sorry to hear about your car. Centaur sounds like he's been on your show before. Have you been on the show before with an alternate name, Centaur?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sire.
I'm a little wary still, but I must say that I like the cut of your jib.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Well,
Night
you're
Green
not
Dot.
Nick. I don't think he's Nick. When were you on the show? It's going to be like one of those tell the truth kind of.
I
how
can't
long
tell
ago
you
were-
that.
Can't tell you. Yes. Centaur. Okay, that's already read that. So, astonishing. Well, that's the Micronauts was a good comic book. Yes, I must
The
admit.
very concept was fascinating at the time. There was really nothing else like it.
What else do you like? Are you in that age range where you were a kid when the Micronauts came out?
I was.
So how old are you
Micronauts and Star Blazers were very popular when I was a child.
now? Star Blazers. Watch this be the guy whose artwork I just showed from San Antonio. Your name is Samuel, is it?
Negative.
Okay. And what state, approximately, what state do you live in?
I live in a state of insanity, Orloff.
See that. This could be. Do you think that's Dr. Fibes? Could it be that? Almost sounds like Dr. Fibes' voice.
I assure you, it is not Dr. Fibes.
He's turned to a Cylon. So you're secretly a Cylon.
That's a government grade voice changer. I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
I've come to warn you, sire. My only program is to protect you.
Yeah. Someone was saying I look like Lauren Green the other day. I think. Who said that?
Oh, okay. That's
Here
a
you
compliment.
folks
You do look like Lauren Green.
Centaur sounds like he's been. Oh, I already read that. Gotham City Comics says LOL. Are you? Have you ever been to Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, the historic comic store?
Negative.
Okay. What state of the United States do you live in, or what region?
I'm a hobo.
Hobo. When did you
Right in
become
the-
homeless?
I have always been homeless. I was assembled and unleashed into the wilds to protect the American way, and primarily Sire Gratu Orloff.
Yeah, so the government created robot hobos back in the 60s.
What better way to hide in plain sight, sire? No one pays attention to the hobo.
Oh my gosh.
The hobo may move
Friar Tuck
freely.
says you live in Oklahoma. He's got a read on you, man.
I've
I wonder
never
if he's
once.
missing Mars. Because Friar Tuck seems to have information. And is Friar Tuck related to you, perhaps?
I'm not the hobo you're looking for.
Okay, so it is missing Mars.
I'm an
I
altogether
think
different
it's-
hobo.
What is your guess, Meyer?
I don't have a
an
guess.
FBI agent? Is it missing Mars?
I don't have a guess. The
I
voice
think
sounds
you're a
familiar.
Fed, man.
The voice
It
sounds very
does.
familiar to me, but I don't know who it
It's
is.
a
I
good
don't have.
voice. You've got a really good radio voice. You'd be
I
really
mean,
good at like doing a cartoon voice for like a Star Blazers kind of dubbed Japanese cartoon thing.
he's
If
killing.
only those under
Has
threat would
of
listen
no
to me, Sire
relation.
Orloff.
He's killing, and he's
I
increasing the
love
viewers.
Disney and comics. Ask
More
if you
people
were
are
ever in a
watching.
circus.
Never. Never.
Were you ever? Have you ever been part of the
We'll have 22
circus
viewers in no
community?
time.
Huh?
I said we'll have 22 viewers in no time at all. Centaur is killing it.
Thank you,
okay.
sire.
It's Junkyard Joe. I knew it, says Kevin at Gotham City. How about that? Are you Junkyard Joe?
I am not.
Yeah. He's got that. He sounds a little like Dr. Phibes. And he reacts horribly whenever I accuse him of being Dr. Phibes. You notice that? He's sensitive to that. But Dr. Phibes was never been a robot hobo and a centaur. So the United States government was creating hobo centaur robots to
protect the most valued asset in the United States, which is Sire Gratu
Very
Orloff.
good job, because you were. It's what? Where are the other hobo robot centaurs that are supposed to be protecting?
Compartmentalization dictates that I know not where they are, sire.
Yeah, that's.
You know what? As a kid, one of my favorite Halloween costumes was to dress up as a hobo. I really liked the big giant cigar that you were allowed to like smoke as a little kid, and the stick with the bandana, the whole thing. I even ran away. I ran away at one point, and I actually took a stick with a bandana with my stuff wrapped in it, just like in the Little Rascals or something. I was like 21 at the time.
Movie World hasn't been here in a long time, or maybe he's here all the time, but he's been chatting a while. He says, Centaur, is this a real voice or using a voice filter? Yeah, interesting. Well, yeah. He's spooky, man. What is
the only thing that matters is your safety, sire.
Yeah, well, we're safe except for the rain is real wet here, man. So.
Is it raining out? It's raining right now there?
I hear some rain. Yeah, it's gonna be raining. Yeah, I've gotta watch out for Night Tiger's package.
Let me turn this on. We can move on.
What are you doing?
Fantastic.
Oh yeah, look at the weather where he's at.
Not a cloud in the sky, and that's my neighbor's well-kept, beautiful backyard.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, it's about 68 or 69 without a cloud in the sky.
Nice.
California.
Yeah.
San Francisco.
Yeah. So you got any collectibles you can show Centaur?
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Sire, I am a hobo. All of my possessions are in a bandana on a stick.
Show us that.
Yeah.
Show us that, man.
Unfortunately, I have no camera at this time, sire.
Okay. Are you on a computer, like in a library or something?
I am here to protect you, Sire Gratu Orloff.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, man. But we can take a look at what's in that bandana if you don't mind. But we don't have a camera.
There's only a cheese sandwich and an extra pair of underwear, sire.
Essential.
Yeah, that's
Some sort of strike force, a ground troop, strike force, hobo,
yeah.
like recon trooper.
Yeah. Well, that's cool.
And he's half horse.
Well, yeah.
It's
So,
how I get to places so quickly.
Yeah. Meyer, you got anything else to show? You can stick around Centaur and comment on stuff.
Thank
What
you,
does it
sire.
say? Friar Tuck says something, and a can of kidney beans. I don't. Oh, also in the. Yeah. How do you know what's in his backpack or his bandana? Let's see. All right.
Would you like to look at more books, or would you like to look at magazines or toys?
Oh, anything. Magazines are cool. I love it
Let's go
all.
look at magazines over here. See what's over here. Let's just start. This is a shelf. Let's see how this is going to do. Maybe come down a little bit. We're just going to start on this shelf, and I'll make a stack over to the right. The first thing is Carl Jung, Word and Age. I really recommend this book.
I've heard of him. I don't know much about him.
So this particular this is good stuff. So this is an early psychoanalyst, but he also believes in a lot of iconic imagery.
Oh, that's right.
Icarus.
Moving right along. I love these contrasts, right? Right on the shelf, right next to that Carl Jung was the Walt Disney World and Epcot Center, like annual, like a hardback, like some sort of a souvenir type thing. All right, there we go. This lighting kind of sucks. Let me move the camera up. Or maybe go like this. That better?
Yeah.
Less glare, much better.
And inside here is one Disney dollar. And I think that this is worth more than $1 now.
Huh.
Like probably maybe $20 or something, because it's an old one. This is Comics and Sequential Art by Will Eisner. Really good little reference book.
Yeah.
This is Found 2. This is a compilation of all the best stuff from Found magazine, which is great.
Yeah, I have a couple of issues, or at least one of Found, I think.
Here's Found 1, the first compilation.
Oh, okay.
And if you guys don't know what this is a compilation of things that people find on the street or in public and then mail in to this guy that edits this magazine called Found. And it's a little bit of what I kind of would envision as the ultimate perfect zine to be.
Yeah,
You get little,
do they cover the Francis E. Deck flyers?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I read all this, but it's great. I have a lot of the magazines as well. I used to buy them. This is a great book. Some of you guys might have Barlow's Guide to Extraterrestrials. Remember this?
I remember seeing that, yeah.
This is something new that I bought that turned out to be not that great. This is something old that is really great called Taboo.
I remember that.
Here's a great cover for Taboo, another Taboo.
Oh,
The American Family, isn't that great?
yeah. Is that what's the name of that artist? I know. Is that Joe Coleman?
Yes, it is. It is Joe Coleman.
I wonder what happened to
Fantastic
him.
eye, sire.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Here's another issue of Taboo. These are large, square bound, heavy, and pretty degenerate, but really actually quite beautiful. Do you like these, Centaur? Do you like these?
They're grotesque, sire.
Let's see. Kevin at Gotham City said there's one story he likes in Iceman, the one where they're having a telethon.
Yeah, there was actually like two in there that I liked, but then most of it was not anything I liked. And then we jump right from that grotesque stuff to a Lancelot Secret Chimp, Lancelot Link coloring book.
Oh, nice. That would have been a perfect show if they didn't make the voices silly. They should have done the voices very seriously. That would have been far funnier than having the woman's, like the girl spoken a silly voice like this. She should have had the voice of a beautiful woman. That coming out of a chimp is funnier. But oh well, that's just how I look at it. That's neat.
My Groovy Ghoulies coloring book. My Hot Wheels coloring book.
That's pretty neat.
Here's a program from the AFC NFL playoffs. This was San Francisco or Dallas at San Francisco.
When is that from?
Oh, early 80s.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. It's not. It's from the Giants versus San Francisco, January 3rd at Candlestick Park. And these were $3.
Oh,
This is what you would buy as it's like a magazine or a program that they sold in the stand
yeah.
or also at the gift shop.
Rather pricey for 1980.
Probably. Here's another one, another minor yearbook from 1988.
Common gear.
Super Bowl 16. This is the first 49er victory. This is the program. The Avengers Marvel Comics Index. I loved these when I was a kid. This was like my first time being able to see the covers to all these old comics that I wanted to own and to read the little synopsises on them. And this is the reason why I started making those little index cards and slipping them into the back of my comics like I've shown you before and cataloging them in this format.
Yeah, I have that particular one there.
Here's the other one that I loved.
I don't have that one. That's one I probably should get sometime, but I probably never will.
Look at this back cover.
Oh, on the Avengers one, yeah, that one is really cool. I remember that. um,
Move around a little bit. Is this going okay? Am I doing? You guys enjoying this, or should I keep going?
Yes.
I have to just give my back a rest. This is a New Breed magazine. We should look at this. Are you familiar with this publication, either of you?
no, is it like Soldier of Fortune?
Yes, it's exactly like Soldier of Fortune, purchased at a PX. It's from October, November 1984, and there's pictures of dead people.
I was partial to Eagle myself.
I liked Gung Ho, and
Yes.
yeah, and Soldier of Fortune. Of course, Soldier of Fortune was the go-to.
Yeah.
Look at
Prescient.
this, to say the least. Many readers have been writing in and asking questions about sound suppressing their handguns. So this is a really convenient article about how to create your own sound suppressor, and you could just buy this at 7-Eleven in 1984. But I bought it at the PX. All kinds of great photos in here.
A pig gunner.
It would be like a mark of perhaps like career achievement. Have a picture of yourself, perhaps like unbeknownst to you, to have like your buddy say, "Hey, dude, there's a picture of you in New Breed or Soldier of Fortune." You know, that would be like the pinnacle of achievement, perhaps, as a soldier, professional soldier. Oh, this is a good one. Look at this. Then look at the photo.
FNFAL. No, M16.
Look at that. Okay, moving right along. That was fun, wasn't it? Oh, let's grab just a handful of magazines so it'll be easier on my back.
Yeah.
Let's go with
Oh, yeah, I bought that when it came out.
Doc Savage, The Man of Bronze. The beat up copy of the Hulk magazine.
Yeah.
This is the Masters of the Universe magazine. It's kind of good, like Joe Jusko art on some of it. My mother had a subscription to this magazine. That's why I have these. So when I was in the Army, at one point, I came home during leave and I'm like, "Why do you have all these Masters of the Universe magazines, Mom?" And she says, "Because I watched the cartoon in the afternoon and I like it, and I subscribed for you because I thought you might like them." Isn't that nice?
Uh-huh.
And I was like, and then we kind of watched Masters of the Universe in the barracks. I'm not looking forward, I wouldn't have bought the magazine, but it was nice of her. Look at this. Is that a centaur on the cover or something? Centaur?
Possibly. Some variation thereof.
This was good. This story, this Murata the She-Wolf.
Hayente.
And John Bolton. It is a tentacle prawn. This is a nice epic.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
Real nice Yukon Jack ad on the back. A lot of Epic. This is a stack of Epic, apparently. Epic Illustrated was Marvel Magazine's response to the sale of heavy metal in liquor stores. That's why you see liquor ads on the back of them. Look at this early John Madden ad. Look at that, happy John.
Very chubby, very happy.
Yes. Winning at Wizard of War and Gorf by John Madden. Yeah, he's a gamer. This is the beginning of Madden being a gamer. Another copy of Epic with Murata the She-Wolf. And then remember what I was saying about, I bought these at Ron's Liquors in Pacific Grove, California. And look, see what's on the back.
So in California, liquor stores are kind of like 7-Elevens. Is that what you call the stores?
They're a little bit different. So a 7-Eleven would be considered a convenience store. A liquor store is a place that typically just sells beverages, focusing mostly on alcohol of all different types. They stay open until 2 a.m. They're open 7 days a week. They also sell a whole variety range of tobacco and smoking products. And then they, in the old days, up until, I don't know, 20 or 30 years ago, they had a large area of periodicals, and it would be a lot of car magazines, automotive magazines, pot growing magazines, pit bull magazines, porn, and then stuff like heavy metal or Epic or cartoons back in the old days, all that stuff. But no comic book rack would be there. Like at a convenience store, like a 7-Eleven, they'd have all kinds of stuff for kids and candy. Not so much at a liquor store. It's just mostly alcohol, tobacco, and adult magazines.
A den of iniquity.
Yes, and that would be what would be considered to be called a liquor store.
Yeah, that was the first issue there.
Yep.
In Texas, a liquor store doesn't have magazines. It is just only liquor.
The nice cover. Boris, I think. This Witch Woman.
Yeah. I didn't get many issues of Epic Illustrated. I did have that first issue with the Rosetta cover you just showed.
Huh. Let's grab the other one. This is the program for Superman the movie that I got when I went and saw this at the movie theater with my mom in Monterey, California at the Del Monte Center Theater. When was this? Cool. 1978 or 79?
78. Well, it was December of 78. So basically, yeah.
So this is that program that you could get, that they sold for maybe $5 in the lobby or something.
Yeah.
Here's some Richard Corbin from Fantagore Presents called Brood.
Yeah, cool. I don't have that either.
It's cool. Good. Here's some original American Splendors. These are pretty cool. This is when I was wanting to do my own comics, and the little bit that I did do, my idea was like PCAR. My idea was to do what I knew, which would be my life stories and happenings and incidents. So I wanted to kind of emulate him.
Yeah. I don't have any copies of American Splendor, but that is something I should look into. Man, collecting old yearbooks is rough on the back. It's almost as bad as collecting records.
Yeah, they're very heavy. I only have one old yearbook, and that one alone is very heavy.
Yeah, I was buying up a lot of them, especially certain time periods. It just fascinated me.
Here's the American Legion magazine from August 1944. My mom gave me this because she came across it some reason, and the jacket on the pilot and on the cover is the same type of jacket that my father wore in the war, the same one that I have, that I still have.
A flying tiger. Your father was Office of Strategic Services.
Yes, he was an aviator for the Army Air Corps.
All flying tigers were OSS.
God, yeah, moving these books is tough. Ugh.
I bought this off the stands at the PX in Seoul, and I just loved this because I had missed all these other issues and didn't really know what had been happening with the Punisher for a number of years, so I was happy to find them.
I think I'm going to hear a lot of crazy stories tomorrow when I go back to work.
About what?
I'm hearing people say they saw a tornado skip past their house. And
Oh yeah,
so
that's
I'm sure
right.
everyone's going to have their own individual horror story about the weekend.
We're clearly under weather dominator attack.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
I bought
it
two
is something
copies
that
of these.
happens this time of year, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I bought two copies because when this came out, I think I was in 8th grade, and at the time I had a little change in my pocket, so I thought I would start a little speculating, right? In 1970.
Oh yeah.
So I bought two, and it really hasn't paid off for me. You guys want to keep going?
Yes.
Well,
Okay. You can.
yeah, you could if you want.
Heavy metal magazines. It looks like, or maybe no, it's not. It's Savage Sword. You guys want to look at some Savage Swords?
Sure.
Savage Sword of Conan.
I like the earlier issues.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting from the end. We're starting from the end and moving back to the beginning in the stack. We're going reverse of chronologically reverse.
Yeah,
Most
at a
of these were
certain point,
published
I
by
stopped buying it just because it started to be kind of ugly looking, and I think
a
that
nice
was not long after the movie came out.
Yeah, I was buying most of these off the stands at the PX, just like what I was saying. So they're sparse. Like I would get an issue every 3 months or every 2 months or every 4 months, that sort of thing.
All right.
I always like this cover because of obvious reasons.
That is interesting art. Where's Conan at? Oh, I see. It's like a Jabba the Hutt looking
Who
guy.
cares where Conan is at?
Huh?
I said, who cares where Conan is at? This
Oh.
looks great. But yeah, it's a great cover. I always liked it. Here's some nice Buscema cover. You didn't see this very often, but it's just a nice one. So he would do the whole cover right there. Is that a document shredder in the background I'm hearing? Is that a document shredder?
That was me going down in the elevator.
Oh, okay.
No, I was going down in the elevator. Sorry.
That's okay. No, I was just thinking what it might be. It's kind of repetitive, right? It's like just Conan and some girls, scantily clad woman and a monster month after month. But
Well,
I really enjoyed it.
that one
I
looks
enjoyed
better
it.
than most. Some of them are. It just depends on who's drawing it.
Yeah. See, here's another one that I really like because it's looks like Buscema and Ernie Chung. I like this cover.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Feed Me Seymour, some sort of big plant monster. Here's Venture magazine from the 70s. This is a really cool fanzine made by some high school students. I have all 4 issues. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that a while back.
I made a video on there's a video on my YouTube channel. If you're watching this and if you're interested, you could subscribe to my YouTube channel. My name is Meyer Greenblatt and I make videos. And there's a video in there. If you look up Venture or Venture fanzine, search after my name. There's a whole video that I do going through all of these fanzines that are really, really well done. Frank Sirocco is who put this together mostly, him and some of his friends. They went to high school with my older sister. That's how I have all of these. He got them for me at school and brought them home to me. This is the first issue.
I tend to prefer the 70s fantasy and sci-fi. It was so much more unstructured then.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. I have that. That's a good magazine.
Yeah, this is a great magazine. Spring Thrills Illustrated.
Tribute to a tough guy. That is really cool there. The way they colorized the Flash Gordon still.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just, I really love that.
Yeah. This is a great cover of Erie that I picked up. It's in really good condition, but I really picked it up because this guy, look, he's called the Doll Collector. And it kind of looks like me, like when I'm in one of my fugue states. Look at that. Oh, this is a great Christmas issue that everybody should have in their house to put up at Christmas time.
I'm not sure if I have that issue.
Got the Christmas stamps on it. Remember these that used to come and then you just stick them on the back of the envelope or something, and you sent Christmas cards.
Yeah, sometimes you see something so much, then you're not sure if you've seen it in your own collection or somewhere else. Um,
Yeah, look at all these crappy.
oh shit!
Okay, here we go. I guess we'll just do this. This will be the end. Here's Vampire Tales. I love that little up in the corner right there where Morbius is holding the sun. This is
Reminds me of
quasi-
the film Ghost Story from 1980.
Oh, that was a great movie, right?
Yeah, that
Melvin
was.
Douglas and Dana Andrews or something, right? Is that right? Bunch of old guys.
Terrifying.
It had Fred Astaire and I
Yeah.
forget all. Yeah, that magazine is a Tony Tallarico production.
There's
So
a
if you were
lot
to
of
open it, you'd see some Tony
Yeah.
Tallarico illustrations.
Oh, here's the book that Kevin just bought this last week at the comic convention.
Right.
The test tube vampire.
Yeah.
His copy is in much better condition than mine because I've had mine since I was a kid. This is the only eerie horror magazine that I ever bought off the stands when I was a kid, right here.
Yeah, I never bought any of mine off the stands. I bought them later. I never really saw those. They weren't distributed through the PXs.
No, they weren't. That would be the type of thing that you would see at a liquor store. What we just looked at would be something, or a bait shop. I bought mine at a bait shop. This is a nice magazine right here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Here's some current monster bashes that I got from Kevin at Gotham City Comics.
Yeah, that's a great magazine.
Let's end with the heavy metal issue that came out, right at the same time as the movie.
Right. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I got that, and that was a great poster.
I think
I'm so
that's
tired, man.
I'm going to turn this off for a second to rearrange.
Oh, sure, no problem. I'm just man. So we've got to contact insurance tomorrow, and then we've got a copper roof. I mean, I saw some dents, but I don't think it's not like a regular roof where you definitely need to get it replaced. And but the car needs the windshield and the sunroof are bad. And I'm fading fast, man. I'm so tired. I didn't get much sleep last night, and I've been moving heavy books while Meyer's been showing stuff. Especially back a while back, I was moving giant heavy stacks of books onto the elevator to take them up, and then just now I was taking them off the elevator. But I collect the old yearbooks, or I was for a while, and I'd get, I graduated from my high school, but I like to get high school yearbooks from the 50s and the 60s and see what the school was like then, and see the ads in the back for the businesses and the stores and the record shops, and see, just see the hairstyles and what it was incredibly fascinating. And then schools that in different parts of the country, that show up in the used bookstores. And when they're all signed by people, it's fascinating because you can, you can figure out, okay, so this is signed by this person, and that's what they look like, and you can kind of tell what happened during the year and reconstruct someone's life that someone's relative has gotten rid of this yearbook, but it's like, well, I'll take it and I'll become the new custodian of this book and this person's memories. And they're a lot of fun. One time I got one from Lubbock High School, and there's a picture of Buddy Holly when he's a junior in there, and the people that were in his band, and his girlfriend. You just find all Buddy Holly didn't sign the yearbook because the yearbook belonged to someone that was younger, like a freshman. But it's interesting what you can find. But they're so heavy. The yearbooks are heavy. Records are heavy. Yearbooks are heavy. Certain magazines are really heavy. Modern comics, well, I don't collect modern comics, but they're really heavy. Playboys are really heavy. If you collect those, they're just.
I only have one Playboy.
Yeah. Do you keep it in your canvas bag?
Negative. It has Sybil Danning in it.
I was going to guess Dorothy Stratton because that's where I would have went, but I think I'm a little older than you. So Sybil Danning makes sense.
I think he's right our age. I think he's only a few days different from me.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing my psychic powers, but
very youthful. He sounds youthful.
You're actually. What are you? A couple years older than me, or no? I'm thinking of Eric Breen. He's like 3 years older than me because I heard him earlier on a stream, and he said he graduated in 1980.
I'm 6 months older than you.
That's right. That's right. I was thinking Eric Breen. I was thinking he's 3 years different, and two of my old friends from the 80s, they had graduated from my high school 2 years before. They were class of 81.
You and I are currently the same age.
Yeah. I have a feeling the Centaur is the same age as us too. I have a funny feeling. But
I'm a big fan of Freaks and Geeks.
I love that show.
I watched that.
And
wait, I mixed that up with Square Pegs.
What?
Did you ever watch Square Pegs?
I did. I watched Square Pegs. That came out while we were in high school.
Yeah, it had the girl that later was in Sex and the City.
Sarah Jessica Parker.
And the guy that would play Captain Kirk's son in one movie, I think, before they killed him off.
You're right.
He was like the Fonzie character, but he was like a new wave guy.
He was kind of a doof. He wasn't really Fonzie. He was like a doofus, kind of like a Spicoli, but a nerdy Spicoli, I think.
Devo was his 14th favorite band.
You're right. Devo was his favorite. He was new wave. He was new wave, and Devo was his favorite.
A new wave.
Was my favorite.
Isn't that what I just? Yeah. He was a new wave guy, and right. I remember that. There was a live stream earlier on Howler Mouse's channel with Eric Breen, and they started talking about Fast Times at Ridgemont High. That was a really good movie. But the best movie I think about being a teenager to me is Ghost World, but that's one of my favorite movies. And
I think
I'm a big fan of the guy with the nunchucks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a great scene. Yeah, the movie was just nothing but great scenes. I wonder what happened to that director Terry Zwigoff. He made the R. Crumb movie and Ghost World, and it's just I don't wonder what I'm sure he's done. I need to look him up and see what he's done, because that Ghost World came out not long after 9/11. That was a while back. I just thought that movie was perfection.
It was great.
So
And a great
I'm
ending,
trying to
too.
think what I have to look forward to right now. I have looked to, and these people keep knocking on the door for these vultures
Since you
about
take
the
revenuers.
no, no, they're leaving cards, about fixing up houses, because they know people. I mean, we've got a roof that's like a tank. I think it is that way, but if you had a regular roof, those your roof is toast right now. I mean, almost every house is going to have a new roof.
Wow.
But I mean, because I walked up to Hy-Vee because now that I keep my car in the garage, it's like, oh, it's a hassle to go to the garage and open the door. I just walk to the supermarket because it's a block away. It's like you feel like an idiot getting in a car and driving there. It's like I'll just walk there, and then I walked past someone's truck, and the windshield was like caved in, where it looked like someone it just hit it with a pickaxe. They must have gotten one especially big, giant ball of ice came down and hit that. So
1/3 of all U.S. homeowners have let their home insurance lapse. This attack will be devastating in the long term.
okay, so you probably know that. And so is that the way is that the way it currently is, or is that the way it's just been for Americans in general?
Been that way for a couple of years now.
A couple of since Biden became president.
Yes.
Okay, so they just can't afford it, and so you're saying that all of this happening in a wide swath of the country is going to.
It will
Okay.
destroy probably 1 out of 3 homes due to black mold or deterioration, will over time destroy the property values of other homeowners.
Okay, black mold because water leaking through the roof.
Yes.
Damn.
It's
Yeah.
5th generation warfare, sire.
You don't have to call me sire. Shit, man.
Whatever you
Um,
say, sire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm. I know you're putting on a little comedy routine, but I'm starting to really process what you're saying. Uh, as far as because I thought about whenever anything happens today, my immediate thought is who benefits from it, and could this have been a man-made thing? And I know that this time of year, this is when tornadoes happen, but I know that unprecedented snowstorm happened right before the first state voted in the primaries, and it's just, and I'm seeing things happen that just don't seem right, and
Everything is slightly askew weather-wise.
yeah. Are you seeing it where you're at?
Yes.
Okay, and things are definitely different.
Slightly askew.
No returnable.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's Mr. Centaur. Do you speak Spanish? Can you translate that?
Negative.
I don't know what it means. It's a mystery. I mean, Spanish is so close to English; it's pretty easy to figure out. But
No deposit, no return.
I know. I'm kind of playing with the Centaur because I pretty
Neat.
much think I know who he is.
Multi-layered. Multi-layered.
Missing Mars is a fan of the Centaur.
Thank
Insurance is
you,
crazy
Missing Mars.
expensive, said
Thank you.
Gotham City Comics.
Nice.
You have a package to look forward to, says Gotham City Comics. I have a package. Yes, I'm getting a big package from Gotham City. My wife and helped me get the big. It sounds like a 10-pound box of stuff is coming to me this week, but I'm nervous about whether the government will send a storm and make my package wet. So I've got to monitor, the tracking.
I'll let you know. I have a package that has an action figure in it for you that's on the way, and I'll give you a heads up in a message to let you know what day it's going to be there.
Oh, gee, thanks. And then there's something coming from Night Tiger, and he said he thought it would be here Saturday, so it must be Monday. But I don't have a tracking number for him because that was supposed to be a surprise, but he told me anyway. So I like to watch tracking numbers because it's exciting to watch, except when it like gets to the city near you and then goes to some other state. That's when it's not so much fun. It's like, what are they sending it? Where are they sending it? Okay, well, let me see what you got there. Solo layout. What is
This
never
is my
forget?
9/11 memorial box cutter. It's a one-of-a-kind piece of art. On one side, it says "Never Forget," and it has this beautiful illustration. On the other side, it just says 9/11. On the top, it says "Rock," flag, and on the bottom, it says "and Eagle." It's a reference to an Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode.
Okay.
It's moving. I like to use it to open my packages and also for self-defense if needed.
Yeah. Boy, 9/11 is a really troubling thing to think about. I just it's just um
Fifth generation warfare is very similar to a Rube Goldberg machine. Everything is indirect. Everything is designed to set off a chain of events that ultimately lead to the demise of your enemy.
yeah. But there was a different political party in charge when that happened, which leads you to the conclusion, well, are there different political parties, or is it all just one monolithic group? And everyone had flags out, and then it's like, man, no one does anymore. But after 9/11, every house down the street, everywhere had. But it becomes more and more troublesome, the more you listen to AJ, you're playing, and then you realize, hey, I'm living in a country where I can't even say the name Alex Jones on YouTube. I have to say AJ, or it's like, what? Wait, is this the way our founding fathers were like Alex Jones? They might be a little more well spoken than speak, more with a slight British accent, but they were just as pissed and angry as him. And it's like we're living where we can't say someone's name on Facebook. You're only allowed to mention his name if you're insulting him or saying something bad about him. But if you say something positive about him, I mean, it's like, wait, what? And that building number 5 bit,
Criminals have taken control of our government and are looting the treasury, which is the last act of a dying empire.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. And then the question is, I'm all 100% pro Trump, but then, what if they're all on the same side? What if we're being tricked? What if it's 1930s Germany and they all thought, oh, this guy's great. I just
The first rule of power, sire, is to remain in power.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But the thing is, okay, so if they're all together, the amount of hatred and anger and paranoia coming from the other side, I don't think they're good enough actors to fake it. They're desperate, and that seems real. The demonic fear and hatred coming from the other side and directed towards Trump. All the 91 charge, felonies, whatever they've got against them. They're just not good enough actors to pull it off.
The man who sold the world will never make himself known, sire.
Well, it's just really, now there's what's going on in Texas tornado wise. I'm just looking at live feeds on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know.
We're tracking over 11,000 Chinese Special Forces troops per month coming across the southern border.
Okay,
there are now more Chinese Special Forces troops in the CONUS than there are U.S. trigger pullers by 6 to 1.
Yeah. Well,
spitting facts.
So
it took the communists 5 years to subdue all of the Russian cities and then convince the city dwellers to go out into the countryside and subdue the countryside folk.
Wait, what's going on here? My wife says, "Who is this crazy guy? We are all royalty here. Does he speak Italian?" Says, "I have a feeling he speaks Spanish, but he says no. It means non-returnable." I know that, Missing Mars. I was kidding. You got to understand what I don't. My sense of humor. I don't like do a little drum roll or like have a laugh track. I'm very dry with my sense of humor. I used to just carry around a metal nail file after I stabbed the box with it one time. I realized like that. Oh, my wife, I don't even want to read what she's saying out loud. But, oh, it was building number 7. I was calling it building number 5. I'm half asleep, man. My wife just got some sleep. I'm beat. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to think, man. I know that things are not right. I want to think that Donald Trump is on our side, but it's always possible that we're being tricked. I don't think so, though. But
Gratu
I've been
Orloff.
tricked before. I used to think Howard Stern hung the moon, man. I loved that guy. I knew that, some of his morality was questionable, but he was so funny and he brightened my day and I look forward to it every morning. And now to see what he is now, it's like, was I crazy then or what happened, I'm seeing a lot of, I don't see how there are people that don't see what's going on around them, how the country's degenerating, and I don't even know who you can trust.
Go to your local discount store. You will see what is really here now. No English spoken. Many dialects from around the world.
That's not the way
not
it is
citizens.
Here. Well, yeah. This is not reflective of the country where I'm at. This is basically Mayberry 1963 here. But I know what it's like elsewhere, and
just as in the Russian Revolution, once they subdue the cities, then they will come for the people in the countryside. It's a rubric, a communist rubric.
I've heard Putin giving speeches talking about what's happening in the United States is what happened to us decades ago.
It is exactly the same
game. The United
game.
States needs Jesus, and it's like, but we're not really. but here he's painted as the complete total enemy. He was in the KGB, you know, so he's got to be Pat. Yeah, well, Bush was in the CIA, but you know, uh,
One world government and
I just don't
population
know
reduction
because
is their stated aim.
Putin seems like a nice guy to me. My gut feeling is that I know you're not supposed to say that but it's just like if I had a next door neighbor and I had to choose between Putin moving in or Biden moving in, I'd say Putin seems like a nicer guy. He's
Putin is a member of the World Economic Forum. He is playing a role.
Putin is?
Yes.
Well, then everybody is playing a role.
You are the target, sire.
Stop, man. You mean us?
Yes, all of you. You are the target.
You being the 19 people watching. Yeah.
All 19 of them. Scheduled for termination.
Yeah. Well, well, yeah.
There is no place to hide.
So, are you a religious man, Mr. Centaur?
I am programmed to defend only.
All right. So there, do you think that there are forces that are contrary to these evil forces that can possibly make things right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And could you describe these forces? Are they supernatural? Are they
No.
from another dimension? Okay.
You are the forces. All of you.
All of you being Americans or the 20 people watching right now?
The 20 people watching.
They're like Sergeant Fury and Howling Commandos.
Everyone.
Guys, they fought in every battle and won every the entire World War II.
There is no fate but what you make.
Well, hold on. What do you believe in? Are you a Christian, Centaur? Or as Centaur, you probably believe
Unknown.
in the gods?
Most likely some sort of weird Mediterranean belief system that I've forgotten due to battle damage.
Okay, so you had a weird religion. Do you enjoy the films of John Gores?
No.
Have you seen them?
No.
Well, you might enjoy them.
Yes.
It seems like something that you would enjoy watching.
We should have a watch party.
Yeah, I ran some of his cartoons during. Were you watching the watch party? What day was that? Was that Friday
Negative,
morning?
sire.
No,
I was at Walmart
that was
freaking out, man.
Thursday morning, you were freaking out at Walmart.
I've been freaking out for a good week.
Graphic Man says, hello, the Centaur. Loved hanging out with you the other day.
Oh,
Thank you, Graphic Man.
You hung out with the Graphic Man the other day, the Centaur?
I think Graphic Man might be a lunatic, but I don't want to set him off.
What? Graphic Man knows him.
huh?
I wouldn't think Graphic Man would hang out with a what do you call them? Nephilim? Are you a Nephilim, Centaur?
Unknown.
Okay. Well, I mean, were you because Nephilim are like when the Greek gods who were actually demons had babies with humans, they were like centaurs and stuff. They were or giants. Is that correct?
Sounds
I'm
legit.
robotic, sire.
Did you say
I'm not
sounds legit?
organic.
But you're also part robot or all robot?
All robot, all android.
Okay. This is all confusing. So, were you
Picturing that
created by Elon Musk?
remember that Baron Karza kit where you could put Baron Karza onto a horse?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm
Yeah, you
picturing.
were talking about the Micronauts earlier. It's all falling
Yes.
into place. Thank you, Meyer.
I
Yes.
have flesh, though, sire, grown in a test tube.
Oh, okay. So that's what they did in the Terminator. They put flesh on top of the robot, right?
No, I'm fully flesh, but my brain is nanite.
Okay.
I have to hide in plain sight, clearly.
I think this is Elon Musk, man. What do you think, Meyer?
I'm trying to remember. I felt like my mother at one point had nanite countertops, but I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
That could tie in with the SOS connection.
My brain is Formica.
Yeah.
Formica.
In 1997, MIT released a statement. February. They had created a liquid computer. It was the size of a quarter, a US quarter.
Mm-hmm.
It could do computations up to and including square root.
I love Disney and comics. Says the voice almost sounds like Jack Black. Friar Tuck says he's a cyborg. Graphic Man knows him. My wife Greta says, "No wonder you have such a unique mind, Gratu."
Thank you, madam.
Man, do they make good quesadillas where you live, Centaur? What city are you in currently? I would really use.
I cannot divulge that at this time, sire.
But how long ago were you in Texas looking at the Walmart?
Today.
Today, but you're no longer in Texas, or are you still there visiting?
I'm leaving Texas.
Okay, so you're in Texas currently. Where was this Walmart? Was it in El Paso, San Antonio, Dallas?
Austin, Texas.
Oh, Austin, man.
Okay. All right.
So you're in Austin. Were you seeing some bands there?
I was monitoring the influx of illegal invaders.
There's a store in Austin. It's an old house, man, and it's called. Of course, it might not be there anymore. What was it called? It had all Godzilla and giant robot toys. Oh, man, shit, what was that called? Someone's got to remember. Boy, I've forgotten. It was a cool story, though.
Centaur, is there any significance to your avatar? What is that?
That is a doodle that I made yesterday.
Oh, very, very nice.
Thank you, Sire Greenblatt.
You're welcome.
Let's see, man.
It resembles snake skin to me. It looks like a close up of a snake's skin, the scales of a snake. Yeah, see it? Look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks more like to me, it looks like an old game from the 1980s or something.
I was channeling old Desilu memories.
Oh, Desilu memories.
Neon Doodles, says Greta Orloff. Gotham City says he's an artist. Does anyone else want to come on and we can play 20 questions with the Centaur? I'll invite guests on. Copy. I'm glad Graphic Man's watching. Graphic Man, did you see all the Classics Illustrated yesterday? Man, I was hoping you'd pop on because you're the font of knowledge about Classics Illustrated. Post comment. Paste done. Okay, come on the live stream. Anyone in the chat? I can get 10 people in, man. I wasted money on this, and I haven't had 10 people on yet. Come on, guys, step up. the Godzilla pop-up store. I think it's gone. No, it was not a pop-up store. It was called Atomic Toys. My memories are going back to the 80s on this. And I remember my friend Randy used to live in Austin, and when I went to visit in Austin, he gave me all the list of all the places to go. He said, go to Atomic Toys. He said there was the comic store is called Austin Books, and that was, I think that's still there. There was, of course, Austin's not anywhere like it was then. There was, he told me to go to, I think, a Mexican restaurant called El Rancho, I think. I just followed all of his, everything he said. I went to all those places and I was happy. And of course, I could go to Frontier or a Jim's Coffee Shop there. Because that chain from San Antonio is also up in Austin. That was something I grew up with. When is this Trump rally?
I no longer trust Trump, sire.
Do you? Okay, yeah. Tell me what your feelings about Trump.
He approved a $95 billion aid package for Ukraine while our southern border is being overrun and we have homeless veterans sleeping in the streets.
Well, I did see that he
Oddly
came
a
out
benevolent
in favor of that current Speaker of the House.
Ryan, welcome.
Yeah. Hey there.
Hey, Meyer, how's it going?
Good, buddy. It's good to see
Greetings.
Well, you remembered my name.
you.
Can you flip your camera CinemaScope style? There you go.
Sorry.
I have OCD. I want everyone.
I need to keep track of everybody's name in the chat, get to know everybody. Weed out the worthless in the week.
I was going to come in earlier, but the problem was I was having trouble with my phone. It kept freezing up, so I figured I better wait. Now it's running fine. So
We know Horror X is not the Centaur. I don't think the
Nope,
Centaur
not
is
me.
Nick Renoni. I don't think he's Nick Renoni, the clown. I shouldn't call him the clown. That's such. I mean, he is by profession. That's one of the things he does. But you just calling someone the clown, that's not very. But I have a suspicion that it's Dr. Phibes, but I'm probably wrong. Like I've been wrong about many things. What are your suspicions, Horror Experience and Meyer?
Brian,
Brian, yes.
sorry, I probably
I
should just
call
take
you
you.
Horror Experience. That's your given name.
I do. I look like a horror experience. I don't know.
If your parents said, well, let's name our baby Horror. No, does anyone ever do that?
I don't know.
Good
Somebody,
baby name.
I know somebody who named their kid Cujo. I thought that was pretty bad.
Cujo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after the rabid dog, that's pretty bad.
Uh,
I don't know. Who do you think it is? It's not anybody. I wouldn't know any of the people that come in here normally. I haven't been around long enough.
Dr. Phibes says, no, I've just rejoined you guys. And he's saying, no, I am not him. And
I think it's just somebody who had a wild hair.
whenever I accuse him of being Dr. Phibes, the electronic voice starts. You notice that?
That's true.
It sounds like his voice to me. The cadence, the deep. I don't know. But it could be a complete stranger to the program.
I don't. The voice doesn't sound altered when he's talking regular to me.
No, it doesn't. But whenever I say, I think that's Dr. Phibes, all of a sudden he turns into a Cylon. But his knowledge of, exactly how many people don't have insurance and what will happen if you don't get your roof fixed with the black mold. It sounds a little like someone that could be a career firefighter.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you had a little bit of. I heard you had some activity yesterday. You had some tornado go through, or?
Oh shit! That was Friday night. Yeah, my car is beyond effed up. Multiple the windshield is all cracked up. I mean, it's not bashed in, but and
Oh
those, and
no.
I've got a sunroof. And then the car just looks like someone hit it with a baseball bat for about 30 minutes. The whole
Oh
car.
no.
I mean, it
Yeah.
drives.
There's
But see,
been
the
tornadoes
thing,
popping up all over the place. I have a friend in Omaha that got hit a little bit too. So, but luckily he didn't have too much damage, but still, yeah. And I was listening a little earlier. You said something about you have a pretty strong roof, so that's a good thing.
let's see what people are saying. Gotham City says, hello, doctor. My wife says, I cannot believe he suspected you pranking him, Dr. Fives. Gotham City Comics, I think doctor knows the truth. OMG, Dr. Fives, he's gone mad. Who, me? Or Dr. Fives has gone mad, or I've gone mad? I don't know. My guess is that the centaur is John Goris. I didn't think of that.
I don't think it's the same voice. I can think of John Goris's
No,
voice
John
in my
Goris
head
does,
right now, and it's not the same voice.
but I know that Dr. Fives recently bought a microphone, and I bet he has the technology to do all those electronic effects. Dr. Fives says, hello, Gotham. You've gone mad, Grotz, LOL. Well, Graphic Man knows the secret because Graphic Man was hanging out with this guy down in Texas. That's interesting. Graphic Man, come on, man. That's worse than when oh, he went
Sounds like
away. Oh shit. Oh shit. Watch him come back on as Dr. Fives. I
it
have a
sounds.
feeling.
He almost sounds like he has an accent from like another country somewhere to me. I mean, like from Africa or something. Kind of reminds me of like
Like a
Nigeria.
British accent? You mean a British accent? Or like
No, I mean I'm not trying to sound dumb, but I'm just saying that it kind of reminds me of a accent from maybe from like West Africa.
okay. Like he's from man, my mind doesn't even work. I was trying to be
Yeah, you
funny
look
and then I
tired.
can't think of what is the stupid country the Black Panther's from? I can't even think right now.
Wakanda. Well, wherever
Wakanda. Sorry,
Centaur is
I am so
from,
tired. I couldn't even think of Wakanda. Sorry, Jack
wherever
Kirby
he's
or Stan
from,
Lee,
the
whoever came up
Centaur,
with that
or,
name.
or whoever he
I
I
never
thought
is,
it was
followed
an
him.
East Coast accent.
it's regardless. He was a great guest. He had a lot of really great takes. Some might call them
Yeah,
conspiracy theories. I thought he was on the nose on a number of points. I appreciated his conversation.
yeah. I mean, at first I thought, okay, this guy is talking about all the people at Walmart, and I'm thinking, well, he's gonna try to get me in trouble and make, people are gonna accuse the show of being, blah blah blah, and it's like, uh, they gave Black Panther a fake South African accent, says Paulo. I am the man with the accent, yes. uh, I'm gonna bet that's Dr. Fives. Who are you gonna go with, Brian? Who do you think it is? You think it's a stranger to the show?
I think it's just some stranger that just came in off the wall. Just somebody who was uh
Well, it could be.
I think
Yeah.
so. I don't think it's somebody that's regular at all.
Um, Graphic
Just
Man
somebody.
says, hello, Gotham City Comics, Movie World Comics, the acquisitions of Dr. Fives. At the acquisitions. Oh,
I have
okay.
no clue who it is, though the voice sounds very familiar to me. It sounds like someone who I've talked to before, but I can't place. But I think he was a great guest, and I
What if
mean,
it's Joe
I was
Biden?
wary. I was wary at first as well, but then he leveled out, and I thought he was very funny. He made me laugh several times. So I actually look forward to seeing him again. He was good.
Yeah, he was
Yeah. I
interesting. He
mean,
was
it's
kind of
definitely
added a
someone.
character.
It's not a
Kind of had a
younger
comic book
guy. It's
character.
someone that's our age because he knows Battlestar Galactica, Star Blazers, and Micronauts. He should come back, LOL. I think I pissed him off. He was like cursing in robot language there at the end. I don't know, man.
Pretty
But
weird though, yeah.
but the problem is he's preaching total doom and despair. There's no hope, which is
Yeah.
that
There's hope.
everybody's in on
There's
it.
hope.
Trump is no good. That there's actually no hope at all. Oh, someone's popping
I think
in. A new
we're on
guest.
our way. We're on our way to we're on our way out of the darkness. The dark ages are coming to an end, I think, soon. So
I think
Hello.
that there was a
Yeah,
hint of hope and a hint of a comedic edge throughout. So I think that he was kind of the bit was very funny. Sire. He was
yeah,
funny.
but he wouldn't confirm that Jesus Christ will help us through this, which Paula would agree with, right? Don't you agree that Jesus Christ is the answer to solve the robot invasion?
The robot invasion.
Well, whatever is going on, I don't know what this demonic. Because that guy that was just talking to us, what was his name again? The Centaur seemed to be saying all these weather events were being caused by the government, which I suspected.
Okay,
well,
but
you
which government?
hear about all these chemtrails. That's a big one right now. That's another one that
Oh
the
yeah.
planes that are flying, spraying, causing
Okay,
weather events.
chemtrails are the dumbest idea ever. Because the guys who believe in chemtrails think that you can make a cloud dome of chemicals by spraying in a directed manner, which is stupid. That's not how gases move.
Well, then the other thing is that they're saying they're just spraying chemicals on the people to see how they react to certain chemical agents and so on.
Yeah,
But I
look,
think
you
it's
don't need to.
contrails. I
You
think
don't need to
it's still
spray
just
anyone.
contrails. No,
You don't need no. If you want to put something, if you want to give a chemical to people without them knowing, you put it in the water supply. Everybody
right?
knows that. Everybody's known that for decades.
Yeah, that's
That's why
true.
it's a plot. That's why it's a plot in every supervillain movie. They're going to
Well,
I'm
poison
surprised.
the water supply.
Well, I want to
I
say
don't
that I
think.
agree with what Cleo's or what Greta is saying right here. You know, he was had a unifying statement. This was a centaur robot hobo that was traveling the rails that was reporting in to us, and he was saying that everyone in the chat has hope and can do their part and can help us. We're all going to get through this, but just us 22, nobody else but us. But it was still a unifying
Yeah,
statement.
so he thinks that we are
Well,
the chosen ones.
what better place to do that than in a comic book chat? You know,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it's not just a comic book chat, but I don't know.
Well,
There's
true.
like
I mean,
there's only 4 of us, man. How
Just talking about
we got people that won't come on.
poison
There's
water
23 people watching. Oh, maybe it was England teen. She says it
England,
could be England teen.
England's from Florida.
Wait, if Graphic Man was hanging out with him, it's probably someone from the Geeky Puppet Show. Okay, so it could be the Frog.
is that guy that had the spotted hairdo the other night?
Oh, that's Nick. I've ruled him out already. That was one of my first thoughts because he was talking about having been in Texas, and that's where he lives. That's
The frog's been out of action for a while. The Venkman is the one that's been hosting the Geeky Puppet Show.
oh really?
Because puppet because the guy who plays Puppetine, he may be working weekends because he works at Publix and so he hasn't had time to be on the internet.
I just can't really. I don't think I've ever. Well, I don't ever get to watch Geeky Puppet Show, so I don't really know much about it.
There is a
Just like
Brazilian guy who's shown up in a few Englantin streams. He usually goes by Cartoon and Comics. So
it's hard to convince your wife to watch the Geeky Puppet Show on a Friday night. I don't know. At least for me, it is.
you can watch the Geeky Puppet Show anytime.
Well, I guess I could, but if you want to watch it live, so
Oh, I
I
never
don't
watch it
know,
live.
man. No.
Then I'm the only one. I'm the only one who leaves comments.
I want to know why Graphic Man's hanging out with an obvious Nephilim. You know, it just seems like that wouldn't be something he would do.
Well,
You know,
what was his name again? Centaur? Isn't that a Greek? Isn't that a Greek character?
well, Cleo, help us out with. I'm sorry, Greta. My wife has many names. Uh, Help us out. The current thought is that the Greek gods actually existed, but they were fallen angels, right? Is that? I think they were fallen angels, and it's just like that Star Trek episode. The Greek gods were real, and people thought they were gods, but they were actually
Oh, they used machines. There was a point they destroyed Apollo's machine.
Yeah, but he was someone that existed, and the other Greek gods had existed, but they were gone now. So and that's the same thing, chariots of the gods and all that. But of course, you have to be looking at it from a Judeo-Christian philosophy and believe that there were fallen angels and that they could have appeared to different countries and been accepted as gods, and then they could have had children because that's
the
all
name
over
Jupiter.
Greek mythology. Zeus having children with human
right,
women.
both
Those
the name Zeus
women give birth to people like Hercules, and so the children of these fallen angels that are part human and part uh, fallen angel turn out to be these giants like Goliath, or half animal, half person, and so basically they're people on YouTube because you get bored enough during the pandemic, and then afterwards when you don't have any money to do anything, you just watch YouTube. And now they're on Rumble because YouTube's chased a lot of those people out, and you just listen to these people telling you, yeah, all that mythology, they were real stories. It's really
the names for Zeus and Jupiter have been reconstructed as coming from the same source, and they're from the Proto-Indo-European language, which means that they would come from from beyond the Caspian Sea.
Yeah, but then also Odin. You can just keep.
Oh, no. Odin
cultures.
the name Odin is fairly recent. It's very, very recent. The names for the name for Odin is thought to be most likely a very successful war chief who was deified.
Yeah, it could be, but it could still be the same entity appearing different races and called by different names. Anyway, my wife says a centaur is half man and half horse, right? Like Sagittarius, and it would be a sort of Nephilim, an abomination, a hybrid, half angel, half animal. Okay, so
the first people who described
these fallen
centaurs,
angels were having relations
That was
with
totally
animals
that guy.
and with women.
yeah,
Totally that guy.
yeah, but the first people to describe centaurs were unfamiliar with the concept of riding a horse. That's why when they first saw somebody attacking riding a horse, they thought it was a horse with the man's top instead of a horse's head.
Yeah, who knows?
Hmm.
I don't know. I
That's
wasn't there, man. It's just there's some weird shit in our history, man. All those pyramids. Who knows who built those things, man? Who could be anybody?
Ancient Egyptians.
I still think there's a little bit. I think there's a lot of extraterrestrial stuff going on, more than we think. And I don't really look at it as aliens. I think it's more or less like a higher. It's us, only a higher, like from a different time, being sent down to kind of.
I've heard that. Of course, it can also be
with technology, because you got to remember, I mean, all of these people have been drawing in their caves and drawing on rocks. We're talking about, ancient Indians and ancient cultures and so on have been drawing pictures of UFOs and strange looking beings and stuff, and they all look the same, and none of these people communicated with each other at all. So how would they be able to share any of this stuff with one another and have the identical drawings? You know, and you ever
And
seen that
pyramids
show
being
called
built
Ancient
all over
Aliens?
the earth.
Oh, Ancient Aliens has been the subject of memes for over 10 years.
Yeah, it's been kind of interesting. Unfortunately, I got the DVD set and half of it didn't work. It was defective. I ended up buying it 3 times and it was all the same, defective.
Uh,
So I couldn't really even watch the damn thing. But
The
still, it
the
was
the funny
interesting.
the funny thing about the guy who hosts the show is that his hair keeps standing up just a little bit more from season to season, and so they posted pictures of the guy from each season. Oh, he's just being abducted very slowly.
I didn't get that far.
I
I'm gonna have to
suppose
break
I've
that
yet
out
to
and
watch
see.
Ancient Aliens.
Maybe it was my old player. I had to try and I haven't played it since. I had to try and play it again.
I've never seen the show. I bet I've seen the
Yeah,
movie.
so I remember they used some disc would play better on other players than
There
others.
was
So
something, yeah, it was a bad batch that went through and people, it would freeze up. Sometimes you couldn't even you couldn't even get off the title page.
It keeps getting rerun
yeah,
on the History Channel, so
Yeah. I think it's streaming also on some free sites too. But it's interesting. I mean, I'm still open to
Graphic Man says agreed. Ancient Egyptians with a bit of Hebrew help every now and then. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows what happened?
it's tough, it's hard to nobody really knows.
Um,
Well, I think I'm going to
But when
tap
you
out, guys. I'm going to take off. It was great hanging out.
yeah,
see you,
so
Meyer.
long.
Hey, it's
Oh,
good seeing you, my friend.
that thing I told you about the Portuguese TV doing a show in California. They were
Yeah.
in the San Joaquin Valley.
Mhm.
It
Turlock.
was the Portuguese feast, or it was, and
Yes.
apparently it was the first time. Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
so
where
I
I'm
know
from. I'm from the San Joaquin Valley.
exactly
You're in
where
San Francisco, right, Meyer?
I am, but my family's from Gustine. My family's
Oh,
from
okay.
Gustine and very
I'm
fortunate.
in Fresno. I'm in Fresno, which is just in the
Yeah,
Central Valley. Yeah.
I have a lot of family in Fresno as well.
Oh, really? Oh, cool. Okay.
I've lived there a couple different times as a kid and
What?
an adult. Yeah, I
I'm
lived in
sorry, I couldn't hear
Fresno.
you say again.
I've lived in Fresno a couple different times as both a kid and as an adult.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
I
Okay.
knew Clovis and Fresno and the Tower District very, very well.
Oh, yeah. How funny.
Yeah, my family owns a couple restaurants in Fresno still
Oh, wow.
in the Tower
Yeah,
District.
actually, the city's doing quite well. I mean, it's coming along. I mean,
Yeah.
for the most part. I mean, it's not as crime ridden as it was. It was pretty bad for a while, and then
Yeah, I
they've been
still talk
cleaning it up.
Paulo, that Turlock at that fairgrounds at the Festa and Turlock is where they hold the bullfights, the traditional Portuguese bullfights where they don't harm the bulls, and
yeah,
it's where they
yeah.
have like the large pageantry is there, and the little
Yeah,
town where my family is
they
from has a
interviewed
show.
they interviewed one of the bullfighters. He was there during the musical intermissions.
Awesome. Yeah.
And they kept interview the TV people who are used to speaking to morons, because the show they usually do, they go around villages in Portugal, where they waste public money hiring performers, and so they went in, they were always kept trying to find teenagers and children who were able to speak Portuguese, even though they were third or fourth generation.
Right.
A couple of them do. I mean, depends on what how big the parents are on it. But there were a few even middle-aged people who no longer spoke any Portuguese. So
Yeah, my family's probably half and half. Most of those people probably in that video at Turlock and the town where I'm from are all Azorian people from St. George, Terceira, Madeira. Do these names sound familiar to you? These are like the islands that these people are from. Most of the people are from the Azores that are in the central.
Terceira is one of the islands in the Azores. Madeira is not in the Azores. It's further south. It's its own island grouping.
But that's
And
where
it's-
most
it-
people are from. It's a lot of cattle and horse people from St. George. That's where my family
Mhm.
is from. That's what.
Yeah.
most of it. What's up, Vibes?
Hey
How's
everyone.
it going?
Hey,
Hey, I'm late to the game. I just caught the tail end of the whole controversy about somebody that was on the show, and you guys were trying to figure out who it is. So fill me in a little bit.
I was suspecting it was you because the voice sounded like you.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to go
See,
back.
Someone else tried to come in. Wait, how am I? What's going on? Add
I
to
don't think-
stage.
I don't think it sounds like him at all.
It's Graphic Man. Micah.
Did you have centaur steak?
No.
So I'm going to definitely have to check out the show
I want to know
earlier.
how you do a bull fight without injuring the bull. Do you just tease it?
Oh well, we do have a thing
'Cause you guys were talking
in
about
Portugal, which
bullfights where you don't
no. Let me explain. We have a thing in Portugal with the Spaniards, which the Spaniards don't do. It's called the pega, in which basically you stand in front of the
A
bull
what?
and you stand in front of the bull and you goad him in, you goad it into
I thought you
attack
said
into
the
attacking you.
faggot.
No, pega, PEGA,
Yes.
pega. Okay, yeah. So and you
Okay.
stand in front of the bull. You goad it to attack you, and you have a bunch of other people in your back, so they can grab you, so that you can get the bull by the horns. And then there's a guy who keeps pulling on the bull's tail. So usually the first two or three guys also get stuck on the horns, and then they have to stay there until the bull stops. Usually takes about 10 seconds.
The bravest
guys are
bullfighters
nuts,
in the
man.
whole world, world-renowned bullfighters, Portuguese.
Yeah.
And they do this in Turlock?
Yes,
Yeah.
my whole life.
I've never even heard of it.
I've been into it my entire life. Every year.
Wait,
Big
is
fan.
Turlock near where was American Graffiti supposed to be? Modesto?
Right there, right near Modesto, which is like 12
Right.
minutes from Turlock.
Yeah, it's like Turlock is south of
in American Graffiti.
Yeah.
Like one of the girl in the car is talking to John Milner and saying,
They
"Oh
mentioned
wow,
Turlock.
do you know Guy Phillips who used to go to Turlock or something?" That's where I hear Turlock is from American Graffiti.
They mentioned
they're
on the
in
radio they
Modesto,
did a
so-
weather
okay.
report for Destiny in Crow's Landing.
Yeah, that's Turlock. Yeah.
So that was
Very
supposed
small
to be
Modesto,
Modesto in
California
American
valley
Graffiti, right?
town. No, there's still nothing there to this day, really. Right, Brian? I mean,
Where's that? In Turlock?
yeah, through the valley, it's still pretty barren.
Oh,
It's kind
they
of,
think
Yeah,
it's,
not much. Yeah. Not much.
oh,
So if I was-
I
if I was a
never
betting
even
man-
thought that my wife.
I think it was John
she
Goris.
thinks Graphic Man was the centaur. I'm sorry. To
I think it
interrupt
was John
everyone.
Goris.
I never even suspected that.
Mm.
No, he says no.
Well,
He
but
wouldn't pretend to be
I have an idea.
Nephilim. Are you?
I have an idea, but I don't know that I want to say it on stream because I think that it's worth keeping secret if I think I know who it is.
Oh, okay.
I gotta watch this show earlier. I missed it because
I had read a history
Okay,
to the
I
whole
don't-
thing.
it was pretty
It says,
entertaining.
no, I'm kidding, GM. Then it says I'm. I don't know, I'm.
Oh, Grotto, I put in a
Did
picture
you
of the
see
bull
those
of
classics
the bullfighting.
illustrated, Micah?
Oh, let's do this.
Grotto, I put in
I
a
think-
picture of the bullfighting so you can see it over there.
Over where?
Yeah, in the screen share.
It'll be like a new person coming in. to
Oh, it's
visit.
I don't. Right, I don't see it yet, but I think I'm on a delay because I'm accidentally talking over people. Let's see. Let me see if it's there. Oh, there is something, but it didn't pop up with a red light. Okay. Add to stage. Oops, shit. Add to stage.
That's
Oh, there we
bullfighting
go.
in
Oh, there you go. Okay.
that's bullfighting in Portugal. You've got to stop using the cell phone. I think he froze.
He froze sideways. Is that the 60s Batman in the background there? Yeah, it is. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Yep.
Well,
He gets
hello, horror experience. I don't think I've ever been on with you before. It's nice to meet you.
Graphic Man, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I heard that you said that you were hanging out with Centaur over in Fresno.
Yes, I just said that just to be a lark. And
okay.
I wanted to see what Centaur would say to that. And it looks like he went along with it. Like, yeah, had a good time or whatever he said.
Oh.
But I only had it down to like 3 possible people. And I think 2 of them I know. But anyway.
How much of it did you see, Micah? I mean, he was a hoot. Did you hear some of the stuff?
The last 10 minutes of him. It was mostly you just showing things, and then he made a brief comment every now and then. So I really couldn't get,
Before that, he was pretty funny. He was pretty funny before that.
Yeah, he was out there.
He was more vocal at the beginning, and then towards the end, he started to talk a little bit more about some conspiracy kind of stuff. But yeah, he was entertaining.
I think it was John Goris.
I think it was just somebody from outside, just somebody just random.
That was one of the 3 that I thought.
Yeah, John's got a great sense of humor. So, but again, I didn't hear any of it, so it's hard for me to make a real clear judgment on who I think it might be because I've got to go back and listen to all of this show later.
And I thought that's who Grautu was leaning towards because he said, "Would you like to watch some John Goris movies?" And I thought he was doing that as a test to see what he would say. But
there's the bullfighting. Yeah. So the guy grabs over the horns and then the bull tries to take him out.
I see spears there though. Is that spears?
Oh, but that's from the horsemen.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, in Portuguese bullfighting, you don't do
Picaderos? Is that it?
No, we don't. No, the picaderos are the. No, we don't actually have picaderos in Portugal. They're from. They have them in Spain because they spear the bull to get it to start bleeding. We have those darts with decorations, which the horse rider carries, and then he has to run after the bull and try to stab the bull from above.
But the bulls are not killed. The bulls are harmed, but not killed in these displays.
No.
They're killed.
No, they do that in Spain. It's not allowed it's illegal in Portugal. It's been that way for over a century.
Really? Wow.
That's the big tradition here. That's kind of the big draw. This is what brings outsiders. That's why they hold this interlock at the fairgrounds, because they hold this also in the small town I'm from, but it's just a small group of people and on different locations. But when they do it big, this will bring people, outsiders from Modesto or Fresno, to come and watch this.
Yeah, we don't even have matadors. We don't have matadors in Portugal. We do have Cape bullfighters where they try to go with the cape, and they do have a ceremonial sword. They still have the sword, but they don't use it. In Spain, the bullfighter takes on the bull with the cape, and after beating the bull, he's the one who stabs and kills the bull. But in Portugal, that's not allowed.
So it must not be allowed here either, I guess.
Yeah, no, it isn't. In Mexico, I think in Mexico it is, but in the U.S. it probably violates several public health regulations.
Yeah.
They're trying to do away with it in LA County and San Diego County. They're trying to really eliminate all of the
but this thing here that we do the it doesn't really harm the bull. If we did away with the horse riders and the darts, we could just do the peg, and it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't harm the bull at all.
Yes, and that's probably what they're doing right now. That's probably what they're doing this season, and they've probably been doing it for a couple of years that way. I don't know for sure.
I know that they have the here in Fresno. Well, actually, it's in Clovis, which is a town next door to us. They have the rodeo here every year, and we get PETA and stuff that shows up because of the bull riding.
Yeah,
boy, they hate that bull riding. I don't know what it is. They think that the bulls are killed afterward, and they're not. They train these bulls. These bulls are worth a lot of money, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
But they're there every time.
Yeah, our bulls, they do get slaughtered after doing two or three bullfights, because after a while they start learning. Oh, I'm not going to go after these idiots. I'm just going to stay here. They get smart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
so
do. They learn.
after a couple of fights, they're slaughtered, but they're slaughtered in the regular slaughterhouse where they do all the
Right.
well, they
Sure.
kill all the beef. So
Right.
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting.
I love a good
Yeah,
suit.
Orloff is gone again. I was just asking, is that, I can't make that out. That must be the 60s Batman, right? In the background? The wallpaper that he has in the back. Can you guys see that, or is it just me?
Oh yeah, his wallpaper is too big though, so you're looking at
But it
his
looks-
belt.
And then I can see the Batmobile at the bottom, I think. That's cool. I just got that box set. Boy, that was a nice box set too. It's a
Which
big,
box?
huge. The 60s Batman.
Okay, by is it McFarlane?
You know, I'm not sure who put it out, but it's
Oh,
a
you're talking
big,
about
huge.
You're talking about the DVD set?
Yeah, it's actually a Blu-ray.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I have that as well. Yeah. The DVD.
Yeah, it's nice. It comes with the cards, and it comes with a little, like a
Yes.
Hot Wheels Batmobile and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great set. Very nice. Yeah.
And right now I'm watching. They finally released because I'm a big Scooby-Doo fan. They
Did
finally
you-
released the lost episodes from the new Scooby-Doo movies.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Now I've got the
Yeah.
box of the Blu-ray of the first, 3 seasons, which are the best seasons.
Right, but there were a bunch of episodes that weren't released because they had actual guest stars that were actual
Yes.
people.
Yeah, like the Adams.
And
Yeah.
some of them hadn't released the authorization to be, to release it on DVD. The only one they didn't release was the Addams Family. For some reason, Universal wouldn't let it go.
Yeah, that's still. Yeah, I had heard that they
Yeah.
let that property go.
I don't know what that's. They need to let it go. Come on now. I mean, there's a lot of fans out there that would love to see that again.
Sure.
But anyway, so I'm watching that right now. I'm watching the Sonny and Cher one.
Yeah, those are great.
Yeah, they
I love
were. It was really cool that they had the actual voices of the celebrity on there, like Don Knotts.
Right. Yeah, they came in and actually did the voice. Yeah.
Mama Cass even did one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Mama Cass. And then I was watching one that had Sandy Duncan. I had forgotten that she was in one of them.
That's right.
I thought that was pretty strange. I mean, I had completely forgotten about her. God, she was, whatever happened to her anyway.
I don't know. She used to do those commercials for, was it Wheat Thins or Triscuits?
Yeah, I think it was Wheat Thins or
Wheat.
Was it
Yeah.
Wheat Thins?
I think it was Wheat Thins.
I think so. And what was the show that she was on?
She was on a show. She had her own show for a short time called Smiley Face or something.
Yeah, or the Sandy Duncan show, I think. It was
Yes, well, they
called.
changed the name.
Yeah.
So what happened was she had to have eye surgery. She almost went blind. And so they had to cancel the show temporarily while she had the surgery and recovered. And when she came back, they changed the cast a little bit and changed the name to the Sandy Duncan Show. And when it was first came out, the ratings were high. But when she came back and they changed the name and changed a little bit of the cast, the ratings just sunk. So it
No,
didn't,
yeah,
they
that's
didn't-
right.
yeah.
She was talented. She was in Roots. She had kind of a rough part to play in Roots. It was very off type for what you would expect Sandy Duncan to play in the TV show Roots.
Oh, that's right.
I don't remember that at all. Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's worth a rewatch if you haven't
I
watched
actually
it.
have the novel.
1970. I do too. But if you haven't watched it since like 1975 or whenever it came out, it's worth a rewatch. It's interesting.
Last time I saw it was in the late 90s.
I hadn't rewatched it since I was a little kid, and I rewatched it a couple of years ago.
I don't think I've seen it since it aired.
Yeah, same with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look for that. I wonder if it's on. I wonder if it's out on physical media. I'm sure it must be.
Yeah, and it's usually on Tubi. I watched it on Tubi a couple of years ago.
Oh, Tubi's got it. Oh, okay. Tubi's kind of fun. I'm not a streaming kind of person, but if you're gonna stream something, I'll go to Tubi usually because they've got, especially horror. Man, they've got a horror list in there that's just unbelievable.
That's what I hear. I've gone on there a few times, but I'm mainly into the old classic horror. I'm not really into the newer stuff at all.
Yeah, they've got a lot of just underground, a lot of low budgies and stuff.
Yes.
But they mix it up. I mean, they've got some classics too. But I'm into everything. I've got Silent all the way till now. But
I've watched a lot of older stuff on there recently, Fives, and they do have a good like classic catalog of movies from the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. That there's stuff in there that you'd like. I just watched recently.
But the problem I have is everything that I like as far as anything that's been released on physical media from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, I own it. So I may as well just grab the
what's the point? Yeah, what's the point? Yeah, same here.
You can watch it without commercials whenever you want.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Besides, you have to make sure that you keep the original versions because in a lot of places they sanitize everything that's digital and they remove bits here and there.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, including Criterion's channel. They got a lot of flack for that because Criterion has always, really prided themselves on, doing an amazing restoration of these films, adding all kinds of extra footage of stuff, a lot of bonus material. And that's why you pay so much for a Criterion version of a film.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the digital streaming channel of Criterion has literally gone in now and edited out certain things that they think is offensive, certain words, certain scenes. And you're right, that's going to be the future, I think, if things keep going this way. I mean, at first they were all complaining about when there was a Christian company that was going in and re-editing films saying, okay, we're going to do this film, but we're going to cut out the nudity, we're going to cut out the language. And everybody went ballistic. Everybody was just going crazy saying, oh, you can't do that. That was the artist's interpretation. That director wanted it to be released that way. How dare you, go in there and edit this? And yet now it's the other side that's doing the exact same thing, but it's oh, well, that word is offensive or that scene we find triggering. So we're going to go ahead and take that out, which is what they're doing. It's the same thing, You're censoring certain things that you said before. Oh, you can't do that. And now, of course, how that works. And now, they're cutting out a lot of scenes. And so that's one of the reasons why I would definitely, if there's certain movies that you really love, get the physical media. Because in the future, some of those scenes in classic films are going to be taken out. One of them was The French Connection. There was some scenes in there that they deemed too inappropriate for today's audience. So if you watch that movie on Criterion's channel, you're not going to see the whole movie.
Wow. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of flack about streaming now, and especially the buying end of it. People are saying, "Oh, you're buying the movie, but you don't own anything."
No.
As soon as they take it, as soon as they lose the rights to that, you lose it too. So you're not owning anything.
Absolutely.
What a scam that is. What a scam.
Right. Or as soon as certain individuals find that film offensive, they can literally pull it from their catalog and say, you're right. You know what? This is too offensive. It doesn't fit today's times. We're yanking it.
Right. And if they yank it, you get it yanked also. So
absolutely. It's gone. You won't get to watch it.
Right. And it's gone forever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of films. I found out Cocoon is a film that is just gone. The original is just gone. You can't find it on physical media. You can't find it on streaming. What happened to that movie? But yet the sequels all over the place. I don't understand that.
And another reason too that you're going to see certain movies not available is because there's no interest in it. So you take like a 1950s B movie, a horror film that doesn't have a lot of interest, a very small market, and the market keeps shrinking because younger people, they're like, well, why would I want to watch this movie? This movie's stupid. I don't care about it. Well, all of a sudden, you're not going to find a streaming service that's ever going to show that. And unless you have the physical media, you're never going to be able to find it.
Right.
It's gone. It's just gone.
And that's going to be an increasing thing too, as newer generations go along. There's going to be less and less interest in older
Can I try
films.
going on your phone because I can't.
Yes.
I think anything to work here.
Yeah, because it's all about money. What's making money?
I'll
And
cook
if
some
a movie has no interest, they're not going to bother.
Too.
But yeah, I think physical media is going to start coming back again. I think, and I think it's a big mistake that like Best Buy has totally gotten out of
whatever you
the
want. I'm
physical
supposed to eat
media.
breakfast though. I think.
What are they thinking?
Don't worry about me.
No,
Yeah, well,
I want to cook.
Even those things do take up space on a server, and if nobody's watching them, you take it out and put a new movie in. Again, from a financial point of view, I understand why they do that.
Somehow.
Sure.
But yeah, it's a shame because.
Well, I think it's a big mistake. I think it's a big mistake that some bigger companies like Best Buy is getting out of physical media. I mean, I think they were just so overpriced that they weren't making any sales out of it, so they just decided, let's just get rid of it and explore other things. And I've noticed that all of my Walmarts here in my town, here in Fresno, we don't have any. You can't find a movie in there anymore.
Yeah, you got to go to the internet. You got to buy it.
Right. Well, Walmart still has a very good internet selection, but as far as movies go, but
the large mega store that we have in Portugal, Fnac, which is French actually, but they got rid of the music CDs, and then they got rid of the DVDs and the Blu-rays, so you can't buy movies. You can buy music, but it's for people who want vinyl. But you can't buy movies.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off.
I just wanted to finish the stream.
All right, Meyer.
All right, see you, Meyer.
Take care, Meyer.
You have a good one. It's good seeing you again.
See you, buddy.
Why did it go there?
But you can buy a drone.
Right.
They took out the DVDs and replaced them with drones. But you can buy a drone.
I have no idea how you take over from my phone.
Yeah, I can hear Gratu's phone.
Yeah, Gratu's listening to it.
Putting a delay on our voices.
Yeah, and it keeps repeating and repeating.
I know. I can hear you saying the same thing over and over and over.
I don't know what that is.
The charger.
No, I just can't
And you can hear my wicked witch cackle in the background.
And there he goes again. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Utah internet sucks.
What happened to Grotto? He's been having some issues.
Here's one thing that I noticed: the average quality of the internet in the United States is lagging way behind the average internet quality in Portugal.
Really, I wouldn't doubt it.
You guys have sucky data plans and sucky speeds. Internet quality in Portugal.
Well, everything here is sucky.
Really, I wouldn't doubt it.
From what I understand, Verizon and AT&T have a gentleman's agreement not to compete with each other, so you get regional monopolies. So they can do whatever they want. Have a gentleman's agreement not to compete with each other, so you get regional monopolies. I can hear myself from the past. Do whatever they want.
That's because he's using two phones.
I can't hear the sound on this,
Oh, let's
and I can't see you trying to get.
Paulo, you should have left that picture up of the bullfight. You could have
Yeah.
updated the picture every now and then.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So what happened? Are you in the dark in there, Grotto?
I can see Cleo.
What happened to the other guy?
Oh, he just stepped away for a minute.
Oh,
He just doesn't have a snazzy picture like I do to replace him when he walks away.
I don't have a snazzy picture. What's my snazzy picture?
do you have a? Is that a? Do you have like a genie hat on in that picture?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was just something in the background or something, but
I have a snazzy picture of myself almost 20 years ago.
no, that's a good picture.
Yeah. I convinced
So
people
you're-
that's still me.
So you're living in you're in Portugal then?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's Thursday over there.
No, it isn't. It's still 11 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
It is
So you're
already
11
it is already tomorrow in Germany.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
Portugal's the only country in mainland Europe on the same time as the United Kingdom.
Oh, by the way, Paulo,
Greenwich Mean Time.
after Ranger Sly and I were done, we talked for a while. And I'm thinking of having him back middle of June or early June, late June, whatever. And he wants to do an Asterix episode. So
Cool.
would you join us?
Sure.
I put that out as an option. He goes, oh, that'd be great to have Paulo with us. So
Mhm.
I explained to him that you and I did it about 3.5 years ago.
Yeah.
But when I mentioned a few of the different translation and how some of the puns don't work, he wanted to go through some of that. I'm thinking, well, that'll be great. I think it will probably bore 90% of the viewers, but I would like it, and that's kind of why I'm doing these things. I'm doing things that are interest to me. So
yeah. The thing about these headphones make my ears.
Let me turn my phone off and back on.
So he keeps updating the chat, and then when he disappears, he can't undo the chat. So I think Paulo's coming in pretty clear.
One of
maybe
these days I gotta get a camera.
Yeah.
No, my problem is that I should get a camera whenever I can, because I use the camera from the laptop, and this thing has only 480 pixels of quality. The sound on this thing is actually pretty good. I can move this around and make sure it comes out more clearly. But I hear myself on these headphones, and I wonder if I'm coming in too loud.
No, probably just about right.
Yeah, you're fine.
These were great. I worked at a bank for 6 months, and they let me keep this.
Hey.
Either that or you just took it home, right?
No, they let us keep this because
I'm
we
kidding,
have to use these for meetings, because everybody could work from home half of the time each month. So they're not going to take this back because it builds. Well, I'm not going to start wearing other people's earwax.
Yeah.
Well, that's understandable. Well, the USA people on here now are looking and sounding better than Paulo. You seem a little blurry, and your audio has less clarity.
Every once in a while, if there's this little data package that gets some interference.
I was reading what Missing Mars had said down here. I guess
But it does happen. I know that it happens because I've seen it happen to myself when I rewatch videos I'm in, and all of a sudden I blip out for a second. It's a data package that gets lost, and there goes my image. All of a sudden I blip out for a second. It's I can hear myself from the past again.
Yeah, I can hear you again. Yeah.
That must be the doctor there has a microphone issue at this all of
Yeah.
a sudden.
Getting everything set up again.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
We
Yeah.
can.
Great.
Coming in loud and clear.
I'm just kind of learning how to use all of this stuff. I had a phone call I had to take, and then coming back from the phone call, I had to reset everything up. And so Gratu's still off. There he is.
There he is.
Yeah. Better say hi now while you can.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Yeah, he has no audio.
He's about to go, I think.
Yeah, no audio coming from him.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it has to do. Wonder if it has to do with the storms he had. Or maybe some towers went down or
So
something.
I don't hear Brian.
You can't hear me?
Can you hear me? What browser are you using?
Me?
I hear you, Graphic Man.
Okay, what browser are you using?
I believe I'm StreamYard. Yes. I'm using Safari. Google.
For a while there, I had a hard time hearing Charlton 66 last year, and I had to go to Chrome for a while. But now that he's got a better microphone, I can use my Firefox again. I'm only telling you what I know. So,
okay.
Can you hear me
now?
now?
Gratu, yes, we can.
I hear.
Yeah, I just shut my phone off. I couldn't hear you guys, and then I think maybe you guys were hearing me, but I couldn't hear what anyone was saying. And
couldn't hear you, but I hear you now, and I hear Graphic Man, but I don't hear Brian, and I don't hear Paulo.
Oh, really?
That's weird.
yes, I don't hear Brian either.
Oh,
okay.
Well, I think StreamYard's probably messing with the signal because the troll that was on, was talking about real politically charged things, and we don't have freedom of speech. You laugh, but you come on and you start talking about the people in Walmart being immigrants, and it's like I don't need that shit on my stream.
Yeah, that was a little. That was a little strange.
Funny, but
that was like the first thing he said, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's it was the aliens are abducting Gratu's internet signal. Gratu, your phone works now. I can hear you. Yeah, I mean it was kind of funny, but when I go into characters, I do it for 5 minutes, but I don't never come out of it. To me that's a little weird.
Yeah,
going to grab something to eat. I apologize, Dr. Fibes. It's kind of sounded like the timbre of your voice, but I don't think that was you because Gotham City. I don't want to insult the guy. I mean, he's probably a nice guy, whoever it was that did it, but you just got to be real careful what you say politically. And I was trying to change the subject, but as soon as you do that, I'm sure that they're playing games. You see it happening. Gotham City, they got this by the shore hairs. Yeah. Well, the USA people on here now are looking and sounding better than Paul. You see, it's just because we're being messed with because of what we're talking about. Dr. Fives looks the most ghoulish and sounds most eerie. Nothing but a compliment, sir. Says missing. I have no idea what people have been talking about the last half hour.
Yeah,
been talking
like
about
I said,
political stuff.
I missed all of that. I never heard any of the comments that were made.
I don't think it was you. It sounded like kind of your range of voice, but I was thinking, boy,
no, it wasn't anywhere.
Funnier than us.
In his regular voice, it didn't sound like Dr. Fives. It sounded like somebody else. I think it was just an outsider.
But I don't want to say, man, because some of you thought he was funny, and some of you may be him. So I don't want to insult people, but I wasn't really comfortable with that whole interchange because usually, you know, if I pretend to be a general or something, I do it for 3-4 minutes, and it's I guess funny, but it's just like, oh, okay, you're a robot, you're a centaur. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, let's
So,
let's
And
so let
you're
me
yeah.
ask you, Graphic.
and you're
That's
a
why I don't
siren.
play Dungeons and Dragons, because I don't want to be around people like that for 8 hours. You know.
So let me ask you guys, when it comes to doing these live streams, when it comes to like letting people on the show, obviously you're going to see who it is. Like when you saw me, you say, oh, hey, it's Dr. Fives. He's wanting to come on.
Yeah.
I'm not aware that, are you able to change? So in other words, I could change my identity to where you have no idea it's Dr. Fives. I mean,
Yeah,
that
I mean,
We
mean
you
could
could,
change, just change
like,
your
I could,
name.
yeah, you could put in whatever name you want and change your picture, and anyone could, you know, and
Oh yeah,
okay,
so
gotcha.
yeah, so
that's why
Hey,
but
he takes a
but
big
for
risk.
example, now I'm Mongo Santa
but
Say
Maria.
that again, Graphic Man.
He takes a big risk by putting it in the chat. I don't put it in the chat because I don't want just any Tom, Dick, or Harry showing up. So
yeah, well,
Okay, so
but
that's
then
how you would.
I
Gratu
never
is the
would have,
bravest
Yeah,
of us all.
that makes
yes.
sense.
well, but I never would have met Dr. Fives
Oh, I
or
know. Yeah,
Brian here.
Or me.
But on the other hand,
you bet.
you don't know what you're getting. You could be
That's
fishing and
right.
you could pick a boot. You could get a boot, or you could get
Mhm.
a big giant fish. And
Right, right. I follow you.
and I mean, I think the guy was probably a loyal listener, viewer, whatever. And I think he meant well. He was trying to be funny, but it was just a little. I don't know. It's just like I'm not really that comfortable talking about political shit, you know, because like
Well,
Well, as
especially
soon
when
as
you don't
he,
know who it is.
yeah,
I agree with you.
as soon as he got into the Walmart thing and all that, I was kind of like, I could tell because
Yeah,
I hadn't come in yet. I
and
could tell you were
and as
getting.
toxic as everything is right now when it comes to political stuff, you know, you really got to kind
Yeah,
of be careful if you're employed
yeah,
somewhere.
and he's getting into, you know, the
God.
government's manipulating the weather and everything. It's like, okay. And that's not even necessarily that funny because they can do it, but you know,
well,
it just
yeah, that's true.
starts to be, you know, is this could very well be some government person trying to make me look crazy. Look, I am crazy, but I mean, that's what my suspicion was, and you know, so
There's so many billions of people on YouTube. You know, it could have just been
Yeah,
just
I don't know.
some guy who
yeah,
had too
but
many
they
sips of Grandpa's cough syrup and just had a
certain,
wild hair and popped in here. You know.
yeah, I don't know, certain who's no telling, but
I think
yeah,
it
I
was
just
just
don't.
somebody having fun, just goofing around.
But
And
anyway,
contrary to
so
popular
graphic.
belief, you can still find new people on
So it
YouTube.
would be nice at least if the person who did it would at least kind of come clean and say, hey, you know, it was me.
That's all
I
right.
was.
Yeah,
It's all
yeah.
right. You know, it's just kind of a.
To play it out for the entire thing is
So
hard.
You know, I just you know,
I still don't hear Brian and I still don't hear Paulo. Graphic Man,
Hmm.
is your audio still working?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, good.
Yes.
Cool. I
Can you
you
hear
just
me?
fine.
Can you
Yes,
hear me,
I can
Dr.
hear you.
Phoebes? Dr. Phoebes, can you hear me?
No,
I
you
don't think
must
you
I,
can
not.
hear me.
They've
I
been
can.
saying, "Can you hear me?" for a while now, Doctor, and you can't hear them.
Yeah. What about me? Can you hear me?
Nope, he can't hear you.
Nope.
yeah, I don't know what's going on. So can we hear everyone? I don't even know. I'm half asleep,
This is
man.
what
I don't
Apparently
even know
this
not.
is
what's going
what's going on.
I only hear you, Gratu, and I hear
on. I
Graphic
can't.
Man. That's it.
Remember Chillerama
Hmm.
with the
I hear it.
with the
Can you hear
giant-
Brian? I hear him talk about Chillerama. Can you hear that?
I can hear
No, I don't.
everyone.
I do not hear Brian at all. I'm picking
Paulo
up
hears
nothing.
you.
Really?
Or Paulo.
You're not hearing Brian.
Or Paulo.
No, not at all.
I hear them both, but Doctor doesn't hear them.
It's strange.
Yeah, this is really
Why don't I
weird. Missing Mars
What?
thinks Dr. Fives needs to exit.
Yeah, I will.
This-
You're probably right. I probably need to
It
exit
seems like
because
manipulation to me. It
I
just
did,
seems like how they set people up.
well,
for
I
everything.
did
Well,
check off for a minute to go answer a phone call. So
Yeah.
let me try that.
it's probably his phone or something because this stuff happened a year ago with Charlton 66, and I don't think the government was trying to shut down the fossil program for holding up comic books. So it's just a weird streaming nutty microphone thing, I'm sure. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think it had anything to do with somebody mentioning Walmart or Nephilim or anything like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
But,
No, it's not really the Nephilim thing so much as just talking
so
about
I did
all
see
the-
the Classics Illustrated.
Okay.
Sound like he had 1 through 147. I have the run 1 through 169. But
Yeah.
I would be interested if he had a few that were really good upgrades. I might, but
Oh, there were. Did you hear about it, or did you see the video?
I got to see pieces. I'm still remodeling in here, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's some of them were pretty glossy. They were in pretty good shape. They were. I think. I guess. Yeah. You just need to call up Kevin.
Yeah.
He's not at his store today, so he couldn't
No.
show them to you right offhand.
And he's only there tomorrow for the mail. So
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I just been trying
Tomorrow?
to. Cleo's not been feeling well today, so she's been sleeping, and then I was trying to clean the basement, and I was just I do a live stream just to kind of hold me accountable. So I'm actually doing some work because I have to do work, or if I'm just sitting there, So, but then it just kind of keeps sane too. Just keep in touch with people. But yeah, I think Cleo's starting to get sick of these insane long live streams. It's just kind of it really is kind of stupid and embarrassing, I guess. And I need to probably just rein it back. If all of you could come on Thursday, I'm trying to do a Thursday show. I think Thursday was people seem to like Thursday's show. I don't know.
I'm retired, so anytime is fine with me.
Man, I wish I could have stayed retired, man.
Yeah,
Well,
on
I
Thurs-
wasn't
on
retired
Thursday.
by
I had to
choice.
go to bed.
It's not working out.
On Thursday, I had to go to bed because on Wednesday I watched the entire Four Color Fossils. Then we had your show on Thursday, and then on Friday I have to do Jared's show. So going to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning for 3 days in a row.
I try to be done before a 2 hour. That's an extra benefit to you. You get to go sleep. So
Yeah, but sometimes there's a lot to
I
show.
still have to watch the Wednesday show because I woke up right as you guys were ending. I was so you won't believe I get so tired at work, and then I come home and I fall asleep like at 7. And it doesn't go over well with the wife.
I had a blast talking to him about he voted to leave Canada, Quebec, to leave Canada. So I thought that was cool. Didn't know that about the guy. When I was a kid, we heard about the news that the crazy province up there, Quebec, is thinking about leaving Canada. They want to go join France. That's the way it was presented to us. And so he's correcting me. No, we could care less about France. It was just we wanted to be our own thing, and I totally dig that. That's very American, and so I appreciated that.
And technically, Newfoundland should never have joined Canada.
Yeah.
By the way, that did the trick. I hear everybody now.
Oh,
All right.
okay, cool. Yeah.
But if there's one place in
Okay.
Canada that can become independent, it's Nunavut, because that's where the Eskimos live.
Okay. I take it that's where we get our word Inuit from.
Nunavut, no, Nunavut was created
Inuit.
out of the Inuit. Yeah,
Inuit. That's what I mean.
Inuit. Yeah. But the province of Nunavut was created out of the Western Territories, so that the the Northerners could have the Northerner First Nations could have their own territory, because they are not connected to the main cities in the same manner as people who live in First Nation reservations, because they're close enough to Ontario or British Columbia. They can have normal resources, and the people up there on the Arctic Circle, they can't.
And I behaved myself because when Rangers said, "Yeah, the government started moving in all these young people into the province, and they don't want to secede from anything," and I wanted to say, "You mean governments will bring people into your territory and have them vote differently?" But I avoided that. So.
Are you in Canada, Graphic Man?
No, I am in someplace called Missouri.
Oh, okay. I've been to Missouri, been to Kansas City and St. Louis. I got lost in St. Louis, I remember. Oh boy, that was before GPS.
You got lost in St. Louis?
Yeah.
It's an easy
We were
place
trying
to
to
get lost.
find
Yeah.
I was trying to find a friend of mine. Well, it was me and a buddy of mine were doing a road trip. We drove all the way from California to Maine, and which was a lot of fun, by the way. But we were trying to find a guy's house in St. Louis, and man, we were just turned around. I mean, that's a big city, you know. It's just, but I love Missouri, though. And you know, the people in Missouri and Kansas are, it's just, they're so low key and they're such nice people. It was so nice to get out of California, I'll tell you that, though. And I've been to Europe too, Paulo, but I've never been to Portugal. I've been to I was in London, London, Paris, Lucerne, Switzerland, and Germany, and Amsterdam.
Yeah, back when I was more active as we had to. I usually write for a car magazine, and I used to travel a lot more than I do now. So I'm very familiar with certain airports, not with the places, because we'd wake up at 6 a.m, take a 3-hour flight, land there. First thing we do is we take the car, we drive to the middle of nowhere, we get there, we have a press conference, then we go to bed, then we eat and go to bed, and the next morning we wake up, drive to the airport so we can get back. So that was how we got to know countries.
Yeah.
But
Munich.
Yeah, the Munich airport was a constant for us. So was the Milan airport in Italy, Paris, of course, both of the airports. I even went. Paris was close enough that I even went there just to have lunch. There was no car to test. We just went there, had lunch, did a press conference, and came back. So saying, "Oh, I went to Paris for lunch today." I could,
yeah,
I could say that.
How fun! How fun! Yeah, my mother was. She would send students from America to Europe as exchange students.
Mm-hmm.
And they would stay with families and so on. And she had the most students from America to go over there. So she won a prize, and that was a bunch of us could go to Europe. And so we went to 5 countries. We did that in 2 weeks. Oh man, that was like just running, you know. So the whole thing was fun, but it was like a blur.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, if you come to Europe for work, even if you stay 2 weeks and you don't have any time left, you can't really get to do anything.
Yeah. What are you doing, Grotto? Are you doing demolition?
Well, I'm trying to. No, I'm just trying to shut everything off down here.
So nothing got wet or anything inside the house. It was just the car, and that was it.
Well, the car was heavily damaged, and I mean the roof has dents in it, but being a copper roof, I guess it's okay.
Oh, that's good.
But I imagine just about everybody's roof in the town is toast.
Oh, wow.
It's I'm just I'm just not. Sorry, I'm just not in the best of moods. But Thursday night, can any of you show up Thursday night? Do you think, or do you don't know yet?
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm good with Thursday. Gratu.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any idea.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll finally do that thing about the bubble cars that I told you.
Yeah.
The what now?
One of these days, I said I'd do a show. So I do a slideshow with the bubble cars that we had in Europe in the 1950s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but that'll be cool to find out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I'm going to get back to doing some of my video editing.
Yeah, I got to get out too because the things aren't going well here. I don't think the wife's real happy with me doing these long live streams. It's, and all this trouble with it, and this trolls coming in. It just stops being fun real quick. So I'll talk to you
guys.
guys later.
Well, I'm gonna bail also. We'll talk to you guys later. It's nice seeing you. Nice meeting you guys.
Take care.
You too. See you later.
See ya.
Bye, everybody.